Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. We are here. Good evening. Okay. You see, I'm actually on time today, which is a bit of a surprise. All right, let's go and get the pilot up. Let's go ahead and yeah. Oh, it's a bit of a surprise. That I'm on time tonight. Actually, honestly, did not think I'd be making it on time, but here we are. Found out today that a few changes are gonna come into work. Which I will be talking about a little later. Nothing bad. Actually, all really good changes that I've been pushing for a while now. Anyway, let's get my 777. Let's get the flight plan. Let me go ahead and fix that real quickly. Configure video exposure. Zoom. There we go. There we go. Nice. Starts doing a bunch of updates. See how stable the 777 is. Actually, first let's see what we have at whatchamacallit. See what we have over at Heathrow right now. I feel like we should have a 777 or so. Yeah, we have a 772 over there. And an A350. I don't know why it's not showing. Oh, I know why. Because it was broken. Because OBS fucked up. I'm just gonna add that. You know, take the 7. Let's take my lovely 777-200 today. Take my 777-200. Go ahead and go with 2 Bravo. Alright, departure time. Give me an extra 10 minutes beyond that. Has been a minute. Not taking that much cargo, but we got a full flight tonight. Alright. So open up sim brief. Taking my livery today. And I believe that there's basically no one on the ground at Heathrow right now. But yeah, we have Heathrow to ourselves, which is nice. Should hopefully get in about. Hoping we'll be able to get in right about 5 a.m. hopefully. That's the goal. 5, maybe 6 a.m. at least. Anyway, that's the goal. Some brief. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa from Heathrow. Actually, let me actually do this the proper way. The way that will make us very happy. Heathrow to Baltimore. Chesapeake 2 Bravo. Taking the 777-200. Fuel planning, give me an extra. Oh, I forgot that's gonna take an extra minute. An extra 2,000 kilos for fuel. This seems like a route. Going. We're on the Umlaut Pacha. Interesting. Oh, we're gonna be on the or Altib. It's a 09 right there, the looks of it. Pre-file. Sim. Wait, let me just go. Call sign Chesapeake. Yeah, I forgot it's gonna take me an extra moment because it is. Yeah, this can take me an extra few moments. All right. Yeah, just because I just updated the triple. No, I need to turn this thing off. Like Kevin. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. All right. There we go. Let's come back in here. Flights, file flight. Import from SimBrief. Speak to Bravo. Get my flight tracker up. Connect. Open flight. All right. So I was looking at some aircrafts for some inspiration, and I'll just get to it in a little bit. Let's connect up to VATSIM as Chesapeake to Bravo. And a 777-200, yeah. There we go. I'm getting movie flight up for my radio panels. All right, let's take a look here. Right, let's get that on, those on, Adira's on, window heat on. We can get the APU up now. There's no shame in doing it. Okay. Quickly remap my push to talk button. There we go. Push to talk button remapped. Go ahead and hide that for now because there's no point. Go ahead and take this. I'm gonna go ahead and get an autograph up. Now I can also get my iPad. 1 second for the iPad. iPad can get stuck right here. And I'm going to need to get myself more of a touchscreen monitor. And this other one. This other cable. There we go. I gotta get a thing over here. See here. Unload import from SimBrief. There we go. And I have my charts app up. You're on the omelette or YouTube one Juliet. The YouTube one Juliet matcha today. Alright, interesting. Alright. Let's get this up. Request data from SimBrief. Interesting. Wait, this thing rebuilt just wasn't, didn't it? Just do a dead flight control check real quickly. Because that's a weird error. We need not to have a SimBrief login. SimBrief alias. And then I need to stick in my Hoppy ideas ball. HTC network. Hoppy. There we go. There we go. What is this here? What is that mess there? Oh, there we go. Alright. We have a departure time in 15 minutes, so let's get this thing after that. I just updated it. What do you mean? I just updated the snap data. I don't know. Set payload, set fuel, select route. Taking about 60 tons of fuel today, which is about average. That seems about right. Alright. In the meantime, go ahead and take a look at the METAR. METAR 1003 is 4 knots, definitely 09 day, which helps me out. Can load in the route. QNH is 1025. Okay, what's going on here? It's looking smooth for you guys, but I'm getting a bunch of micro stutters on my end. One 1025 on QNH. Here is 2 minutes until aligned. Good. Activate route. Execute departure via runway 09 right. YouTube United 1 Juliet departure. Excuse that. We're going all the way through the north today. Okay. Let's see here. Route to performance. Go ahead, accept those numbers. Cruising the L360. Before we do that, let me go ahead and get my wind. Load the wind. Execute the wind. Go. Interesting. Error. I'll just roll with it. All right. Route. Takeoff. Let's see what these numbers are gonna look like in terms of performance. I see one proof claiming because it's stupid. Oh wow. You get a flaps 5 takeoff for once. Derated 1. Derated 1, assume temp 48. That's the equivalent of flex. It'll be flaps 5. Apologies for sitting like there. Center of gravity will automatically calculate. The wind is going to be 100 degrees 4 knots. Our reference temp is 14. The wind. All right, in terms of our numbers, it'll be 146, 149, 154. Those numbers are dead on. Perfect. Absolutely beyond perfect. All right. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Those on. All right, now GSX has done a bit of an update, so we're about to find out how it is. For right now, minimize those. All right. Get that on. Get those on. Flight directors on. Speed, an initial speed 154. Runway heading is. What's runway heading again? I forget. 09 right, 089 degrees. Runway heading 089 degrees. And in terms of our departure, in terms of our departure, what this is going to look like is. All right. So we're going to go to Delta 070, and that we need to be at or above 3,000, at or below 6,000. And that is 10 DME London. And then we are going to climb to, and then at Delta 30, probably not saying that waypoint. All right. No turns to the, okay, good. No turn too low. 590 feet. All right. Then we are going to go to Delta 328, which is 6,000. At or above 6,000, or sorry, at or below 6,000, at or above 5,000, then we're going to go to Altib at flight level 60. Then we are going, and then we have an unrestricted climb direct Buzzad. Or direct Temot and then Buzzad. So looking not a bad departure at all, if I do say so myself. All right. To now 122.8 in because BK is annoying, doesn't have CTAF. Take these beacons on, and we need to make a scram. GSX. We should have. Oh yes, we have a new menu. British Airways. Heathrow traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, stand 536, push and start facing south, expecting runway 09 right departure. Heathrow. If you just sent it in the past 10-15 minutes, so probably not. I'll take a look at once we're at cruise, which won't be, or once we're climbing. So first things first, we are a pilot. And we do have a very heavy aircraft, a fully loaded aircraft as well. Fully loaded 777 I have to fly first. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Network. So. Alright. Let's see here. We have an AP running, FS actions, go ahead and ground optional, release the ground power, remove the chocks, make sure parking brake set. Alright. I will take a look at it once we are airborne. It's a 09 right departure. So. And I think we're the only ones at Heathrow. I don't mind the aeronaut like I stole his livery files just because and put him with my textures. I'll fix. Facing south. Parking brakes released. Commencing push. Fuel pumps on. Beacons are on. Get those on. Okay. Any in the centers? We probably do have a little bit of fuel in the centers. Take number 1 first. And I'm getting a bunch of microsetters today. Yeah, we have some fuel in the centers. Not much. Enough for takeoff. This thing looks a little bit different now that I've adjusted my UV exposure settings. Yep, we can go and start that flight. And just got to started the flight on Air Baltimore. Parking brake set. We can go ahead and take number 2 now. Meantime, flaps to full. Gotta get our flight controls up. Full up. Full down. Full left. full right. Ground spoilers to full. Flaps going to full. Oh, already? Are we out of? Are we seriously out of fuel in the right hand tank already? Interesting. Taxi lights now. Verify that New Sky is in fact started. Yep, New Sky is in fact started. That's 2 good engine starts. Turn off lights now. All right. Heathrow traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy taxiing now, holding point. November Bravo 11 for runway 09 right via Bravo 353 and Yankee. Heathrow traffic. Flaps up. Gonna move. I think I might need to move my position here a little bit farther forward. There we go. Now we're on the move. Don't know what the fuck the tug's doing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this British Airways and Air Baltimore and Air Not operated flight from London Heathrow to Baltimore Washington Thurgood Marshall International Airport. At this time we are beginning our taxi to the runway. So I kindly ask everyone to please take their seats and be fully ready for departure in approximately 2 minutes. I'll have more information for everyone in the air. Thank you. Strobe is on now. But maybe a tad early. Oh, I see the issue. All right, let's get out of here, shall we? Landing lights on. Heathrow traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy lining up now, runway 09 right. Heathrow traffic. Flaps 5. Auto brake RTO. Initial climb altitude. Verifiable 60. Really don't know what this micro stuttering is about. All right. It's 10 and Ben. Let's APU off. I forgot about that. So we need to make a decision on whether or not we should, in standard operating procedures, we should have APU on for takeoff. I vote yes, but I also understand that it does use up a bit of fuel. So, no, we're fine. All right. Heathrow traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy takeoff now, runway 09 right. UTIB, UTIL to Juliet departure. Sorry, UTIB 1 Juliet departure, Heathrow traffic. All right, let's go. Thrust 50%, stabilized. So good. Can I have those sitters, please? 80 knots. Check. Everything normal. 120. Everything normal. Rotate. Pause rate. Gear up. Flaps in one level. Heathrow traffic. Chesapeake 22 Bravo now airborne passing. Now 1800. Initial climb 6000. Heathrow traffic. Inner speed. Getting a massive amount of microstars. That's not very helpful. Alright. Autopilot on. Alright, there we go. Now airborne. Don't know what all these microstutters are about, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, so let me take a look at your comment. You. Uh, oh, that's hilarious. Now that is hilarious. Don't know why the aircraft's struggling a bit here. That's not a good sign. All right, fuel on the centers. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, I don't. Okay, why are we getting so many microstutters? Today's ever so slightly annoying. It's that main thread, isn't it? Getting absolutely butchered. But there's not much I can do about it. Now, is there? All right. Up now, if I will, we're going to 360 right now. Final call, Heathrow traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy, climbing now, flight level 360. UTIB 1 Juliet departure. Heathrow traffic. Standard pressure, out of fuel in the center. Take those off now. There we go. All right. All right. We are airborne now. Out of Heathrow. Lovely Heathrow. Gonna be one of our bigger hubs. For flights operated on the behalf of British Airways, we'll be using Terminal 5 for Heathrow. For any other flights, we are going to be using Terminal 2 for Heathrow. We are not going to be touching Terminal 3, nor will we be touching Terminal 4 or 1. We'll be using 5 and 2 for Heathrow. All right. Passing now, 10,000. Turn off lights off. Taxi lights off. Get landing lights off as well. Don't know what it is with my performance. I mean, I really don't. I know that SU 5 or I know that the betas are having much better memory management, which might be my issue. But yeah, very much not thrilled with the memory management with SU5. But that's what happens when people use SU5 as early access, not as a proper beta, and yeah. Which is essentially the issue with SU5 and why it's been so shit. I mean, did the platform need the WASM upgrade? Yes, I think the WASM area is like the one area that SU5 is doing better in. But at the same time, everything else about SU5 is kind of shit. Yeah. Alright, so we are going. So, if we were to take a look at our route for today. Oh, shit, I need to add back in this guy. Into that. So, if you were to take a look at our route for today. We can see that it has us going through the north of London, then has us transferring over way up north past. Oh, everything all right? Everything all right with the stream? I think that OBS might be a bit broken right now, and I might need to reinstall OBS. I will say OBS has been like that one piece of software where it is not exact, or if you don't shut it down correctly, you are going to have issues. I'd like to see OBS improve. The team over at OBS kind of improve that in the future. All right. Anyway, let's take a direct turn. I think you can probably go direct from Elvas to Penil. Actually, go ahead and throw that in now. From Elvas to waypoint Penil. So y'all can see what I'm doing. That'll give us a bit of a shortcut. Right now we are estimating 9:01 Zulu for Baltimore, which is perfect timing, roughly about 5 a.m. So, and that is, what speed is that going? I think I'm pretty sure speed as well. We are going to take Mach Decimal 8.5 for today. Which means our ETA, our new ETA for Baltimore is going to be 8:50 Zulu. Shave off about 10 minutes by going Mach Decimal 8.5. In a few minutes, we are going to begin video editing because I have completely filmed my AnyBuilds A350 15-month review on it. 15-month thoughts. Not gonna. I mean, I want everyone to watch it, but I'm essentially gonna say this. It's improved a lot in the past year. Is it worth $70? It is now, but you also have to take a look. There's a few requirements that you have to have, and there's a few things that you really have to get past in order to really be able to get your full experience out of the A350. If you have an 8 gig graphics card or less, that thing is straight up not going to work for you. You're better off taking grass because, I mean, we all saw me struggle with the 4060, which I still have behind me. I mean, we all saw me struggle with this thing, with the 4060. So, anyway, the hope is that that will be out by the end of tomorrow. We are going to begin to edit that video in a few moments. This morning I did a bit of a shitty test flight from Malta to Gatwick in it. Had a bit of a shitty descent. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah. Alright, I forgot to Squawk 2000. I need to do. Someone remind me when I get on the ground, I need to set my own default startup state with the transponder at 2000. Yeah, with the transponder with 2000, squawking 2000 on the transponder. Yeah, remind me that I have to do that. Someone please when I got on the ground at Baltimore. Obviously, I can't do it now because we're airborne, but someone remind me once I'm on the ground. So this thing had an update recently, and it's so far it's going well. So no complaints with the update so far. All right, we are. Our oceanic waypoint is waypoint revenue. Or is it no? It's gonna be waypoint Resno. What time are we doing at Resno? Doing at Resno at 3:06 Zoo, so in about an hour. That seems very much about right. So go ahead and get the oceanic clearance now. Start. We are going to request 380. Because we do have a step climb. Have a step climb to 400. Yeah. Or we can take max of 400. Response number 085. Yeah, are on Resno. Kudiki. First oceanic waypoint or sector is Shenwick. Estimating 3062. Just remember that. Current TMI is 142. Free text. Yes. Hotel is a good rent. No problem. Oceanic clearance filed. I got that out the way now. All right. We are approaching top climb in approximately 30 seconds. In a few moments. Goes to show you just how much farther north we are. I mean, the sun's already beginning to come up here. Okay, you know what? I gotta be honest. That tail is growing on me. That tail's beginning to grow on me. Can't lie about that. It's growing on me. Um. Yeah. All right. In a moment, we'll begin video editing because I do need to get that video out. And I'm sorry it's been so long since I last did a video. I didn't get to look at jobs in the UK. Actually, update my resume. Got a few things planned up. I'm also gonna knock out this tiny bit of work I have to do. Top climb is in like 3 miles. 36360. Alright. Y'all want to see me video edit because it's not the most fun bit in the world, but it is something I do have to do during the stream, unfortunately. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll go and show everyone how I video edit. It's gonna be a bit of a boring one, to be honest. Alright. Oh, yeah, we'll begin it in a moment. Alright. Oh, let's get a chance to take a look at this livery. Okay. Alright. It's kind of hard to see right now. I think as we enter the north a bit more, be a little easier to see. Alright. Go ahead and take Filmora. I am very much considering resubscribing to Adobe Premiere Pro because it's a little bit better actually. No, there's an upgrade. I know. Filmora, I know there's an upgrade I can do.
318 stand 5-5. Pushing start, taxing out to runway 05.
Alright. So the first thing I do is I do need to download a few things. Let's see. Well, the first thing I do is I like to
just let you know,
download the shit I need to download.
TV right.
Not that one, switch account. Over that one.
Speedbird, if you heard me, it's 23 right, not 05 left.
Well, it's on control, so you can fly any runway.
Where is it? It was the Gatwick incident that I'm looking for. Yeah, it was the Gatwick incident that I'm looking for. Alright. Yeah, it's this incident here that I need. These frames that went to absolute shit. It was this incident here. I had to pull up. Alright, let me go ahead and download this. Gatwick to, or Baltimore to Gatwick. Download that. Now what I like to do is I like to go ahead and ignore whatever folder whatchamacallit wants to use. When I want to use my own folder. New folder. So gonna put everything. Gonna put all my bits and bobs into here. Shit, I never renamed any of these. Shit, that's gonna be annoying. That'll be annoying. Oh, wait, I did. Renamed one of them. Whoops. That's gonna be a bit annoying. Here, actually, I'm just gonna copy all these over. And I'll figure it. Then I'll figure it out. Wait, that one's this one. Yeah, do that one. Alright. Copy all these bits over here. Still downloading this. Yeah. So still downloading that. Yeah. No, we actually found out today that we're getting brand new systems. We're getting brand new systems for the first time in nearly 3 years. About 2.5 years, which is wonderful. Yeah, this is not my finest moment. Yeah, the big thing is with this thing, with the A350, it's, if you have an 8 gig card, you are going to struggle. You are going to struggle if you have an 8 gigabyte card. So, alright, anyway. Don't need that. Take a slight look here at everything. Chesapeake 22 Bravo Heavy. So, all right, let's see here. What's the status on that? What's the status of these files copying? All right, I want to see medium icons. This guy, I think I know what this guy is. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's just some B-roll of it. Alright, final bits. You guys are all gonna get a bit of a sneak peek into this. Alright, I think this here is the audio bit that I was happy with. I need to open up. I want my old audio mixer back, Microslop. This might fuck this thing up. Okay, it is D VOL.exe. Yes, finally. Got this. Got this back. Amazing to have. I'm gonna do pin to fucking taskbar. Because this thing is so damn amazing to have. So fucking amazing to have this. Alright, let's take a look here. I know I have to ignore the fact that I'm doing one of David's streams. Eventually. Thank you, Grumpy, for helping me out on that front. Pictures look good, and I was able to figure out eventually. Which I haven't brought up the flight directors yet in the video. How, if you can ignore that, if you can figure out a way to make the flight directors look good, and I was able to figure out eventually. Which I haven't brought up the flight directors yet in the video. I was able to figure out eventually. Thank you, Grumpy, for helping me out on that front. But if you can look past all that, then it's not bad. It's actually pretty damn good. Any builds I do know they are trying to improve it. Cat 3 on the land, that's certainly an area that I see a lot of improvement with. Don't even get me started with the HUD. But overall, it's not bad. Is it gonna live in my fleet full time? Probably not, to be honest, just because I'm more of a 777 guy myself, and I kind of prefer the A340 600. But it's not bad. It's definitely worthy of my time every once in a while. I mean, I'm not gonna fly it often, but there'll be something I fly maybe every once in a while. That's just me though. But if you can look past all the the issues with any builds and how long it took to get to this point, then you have a truly amazing product. Oh, okay, so that's not. Hang on, let me. How's that now? However, there you go. I'm surprised you guys couldn't hear the thing the entire time. All right. Anyway, so that works. And once again, you'll have to ignore the fact that I just I was too lazy to do my screen. Let's see here. This was outro. Okay. These can go into this folder. I think this here's another one. All right. So just be advised, we're gonna go on a bit of a rant now. So, but I do think it's worth going on this rant. Okay. So you go back in history to with it all the way back to when it was first launched, 15 months, roughly 15 months ago, back in February of 2025. You might recall that there was this really weird rant delay. And at first, I just found it difficult to fly and excused it as out of practice and needing to learn the aircraft a bit better. Then I watched a vid on it and tested it after that video that I watched, and very much agreed that it was a very significant input delay that was kind of ruining the experience for me and kind of forcing me to have to overcompensate these landings and takeoffs, right? And then Andy builds, and then someone posted it, posted on it, and it's worth. And they said it was trigger relay, and then locked the thread, and everyone was like, that's not a very good look. So I went back to my 777s. I was actually just exploring my new 777-200 at the time, and immediately fell in love with that thing. Then a few months went by, and I was listening into one of Dave's trainings, and someone said that they had quietly improved it. So I tested it all cameras, and I very much agreed. It was significantly better, and felt quite useful. So I used it for a bit, pivoted more towards the Phoenix Minute. I also kind of was switching over to Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 at the time, so I wonder if that had a bit of help to do with it. But anyway, I forever remembered this bit of unethical behavior, kind of hoping that they wouldn't do it again. But then something happened back in November. Back in late November, I think I was using it so much back then. Went over to the triple and immediately loved the triple again. I think that's what happened back in November when I really stopped using it significantly. And then I began to get other people involved in doing my long hauls, and there were WASM issues. And they more or less blamed Soho first. I mean, not saying they blamed Soho entirely, and not to say that there weren't significant WASM issues with the sim, but then they did the weird thing again of blaming Soho, and then they fixed it on their own for the most part. Not saying that Soho didn't help, but they blamed Soho first at that point. And it's like, yeah, that's not ethical behavior for a company to immediately blame the developers who developed your own sim before you put in any massive effort to fix it, right? I mean, going forward, I'm very hopeful that they won't continue this behavior. At the same time, I thought it was significant enough for me to have to worry about. I mean, and just this behavior entirely immediately turned off from purchasing an aircraft like this, and it kind of ruins the whole experience to know that this company that developed this maybe might not be acting with the most ethical intentions or ethical relationships. Alright, that will be good. That's the rant stage. You have to excuse the fact that these are all MP4s. I mean, I just was too lazy to do what I call it. Alright, let's see here. Sound check. The Innobuild A350. In order to accurately assess this aircraft, at least in my opinion, we need to go back all the way to when I was actively using it at the very beginning. Back then, I actually didn't really care that much about maybe how bad a hand flew, how bad my handle flat. This here is in the very beginning. Flight. So I thought we'd start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's a, well, simulator airliner. I think it hand flies fine. I think there might be a tad bit of space for improvement there, but of course I'm not a real pilot, so take that with a grain of salt. What the hell? Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually a pretty well simulated airliner. I think it can fly fine, though I know others have some opinions. I think there might be a tad of space for improvement, but I think it can flies as they you should. And it's also worth noting that I'm not a real pilot, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. It's looks not bad. It actually looks pretty decent, especially on the outside. System depth is pretty decent. I'm not going to say it's the best in the world. I'm not going to say it's PNG level, but I'm also going to say it's pretty good for right now. And I know that any builds is working. To whoever's tuning in, I am editing a the A350 review. To improve that. It is stable now, though we'll get to the quasi machines a little bit later on. But it is also nice to know that if you have a sim crash or a WASM for any reason, the most you're ever getting behind is about 15 minutes because autosaves are very much a nice factor. Now it's not bad. Let's see here. P1 part 1 option 1. Go ahead and put that in there. So I thought we'd start off with the good bits of the A350. And I really should be deleting these as I go along. And then I'll say it again, I've said it on stream 1,000 times. The indie builds may be the only. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've said it on stream 1,000 times. Indie builds may be the only ones who actually truly do VNAV correctly in Sim. It's perfect, it's dead on most of the time. It has its times as this everything where it might be a bit iffy. But it gives you a decent rate of descent without plummeting the aircraft out the sky or being too shallow. Then also from another sim standpoint, it has a really nice GSX configuration. I'm really happy with that. Now I've not tested it yet with the new update to GSX, the new menu. However, knowing any builds, I think it'll be fine. They are that GSX configuration is really good configuration. Okay, that's potentially option 2. I'm used to it for a step climb in a moment. Yeah, do that step climb in a moment. Actually, no, that's part 2, option 1. And then I'll say it again, I've said it on stream 1,000 times. The indie builds may be the only ones who actually know how to do VNAV correctly in the sim. It's VNAV. I've never had an issue with the A350 with VNAV. Other aircrafts I have, it's giving you a nice decent rate of descent without plummeting the aircraft and without going too shallow. And then from a sim standpoint, it's also has a really nice GSX integration with a beyond useful OAS/EFB, and it's technically called an OAS, or an OAS, but not true. Yeah, no, that one get deleted. I've said before and I'll say it again. Any builds might be the only one to do VNAV correctly at the sim. It's almost always dead on without plummeting the aircraft or 72 shell. Gives you good, decent rate of descent as well. From a sim standpoint, it has a really nice GSX integration with a beyond useful OS and slash EFB. The OS doubles as the EFB in the A350 and it works perfectly, no complaints about it. So we'll get to maybe just a tad the one note that I'd like to add to the EFB, but we'll get to that a little later. Actually, I think I prefer. Oh, that's a good one. Part 2, option 2. Now, from a development standpoint, I think it's really important for me to add this. It's really good from a development standpoint, especially when it comes to making liveries. It has a full paint kit with pretty decent documentation, far more documentation than a lot of other. There, that one goes. Alright, moving over to a development side of things, it has a really, really good paint kit. This paint kit that they have, is there room for improvement? Yes. But it gives you a bunch of options. You can configure a livery to be exactly how you want it to be with these specific antennas on top of the aircraft. It has good documentation. It also offers you a full PSD and blender option. So if you prefer using blender for liveries, which makes sense, you have that option. If you prefer having a PSD, you also have that option. Dev part 1 or dev. That one's gonna make it. Let's see here. Now, this brings it to the rough parts about the inputs performance. Now, it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help out a little bit, but what I'm about to say still very much applies. If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow To Baltimore, to be honest, your best option might be an Autoland, just because your odds of getting out smoothly and safely not very high, especially if there's a lot of traffic on that sim, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, really just cannot stress this enough. It's a waste of your money, because at those bigger airports, you are going to struggle. Okay, that's an option. I think that one I might have done in one try. Speaking of Autoland, yeah, that it was. Speaking of Autoland, it needs a lot of improvement. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, actually potentially diversion conditions. I couldn't let it land all the way without intervention, and I slammed those reversers, or I slammed those thrust levers and turbers at the 20-foot call out, well before my retard call out. Yeah. In moves, this is an area for improvement that I'd like to see. It does the approach 95% really well. It's just in those final few seconds in the flare, which begins to flare way too early, making for, at times, an unsafe touchdown. Yeah, just really needs improvement. Okay, that's potentially a good option.
Speaking of Autoland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even at my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog. It didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where the improvement. That's where it needs the improvement. She's flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. At Santiago last week, I saved those reversers on at 20 feet because I noticed it was making the flare way too early. And I really did not want to do a report and go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains.
Okay, that's not bad.
Speaking of Autoland, this is one area where it really could use some improvement. I'm noticing that it's flaring way too early and way too aggressively. Even at my most recent landing in Santiago in Chile, very much Cat 3.
That was awful.
Speaking of Cat 3 conditions, could use a lot of work. Okay, maybe not a lot, but it's flaring way too early on. It's making those Cat 3 maybe not really that safe. It's flaring way too aggressively at that early stage. Even at my most recent Cat 3 landing in Santiago in Chile, very much Cat 3 conditions, right? Kind of had to trust it. I noticed it was flaring way too aggressively, way too early. I estimated those were intended to reverse thrust at about 20 feet, well before my call out for retard. Yeah, overall, this is an area where it is going to need some improvement.
Okay, maybe.
Speaking of Autoland, just to say it lightly, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even at my most recent Cat 3 landing, which was in Santiago, which is in Chile, very much Cat 3 conditions, where you couldn't really see the side of the road properly. I could not let it land by itself without intervening. I had to slam those reversers into reverse, slam those.
That one's shit.
Speaking of Autoland, just to say it lightly, needs a bit of work. It is flaring way too early. Even at my most recent landing, Cat 3 landing, which was in Chile, Airport Santiago, very much Cat 3 conditions, I could not let it do it by itself. I noticed that it was flaring way too early at about 20 feet. I had to slam those engines into reverse thrust well before my retard call out. It flared way too early. That's just one area that it needs to improve in.
Alright. Gonna have a step climb in a few moments. I don't know about that one. I think I might have done a few better options.
Right. You've forewarned about to on a bit.
Okay, what's this one like again?
Speaking of Cat 3 conditions, could use a lot of work.
No, that's not great.
Speaking of Autoland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even at my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog, it didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where the improvement. That's where it needs the improvement. She's flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. At Santiago last week, I saved those reversers on at 20 feet because I noticed it was being flared away too early. And I really did not want to do a report like go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains. Speaking of
I think I might have a decision here.
Autoland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog, it didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5%, in the flare especially, that's where the improvement, that's where it needs the improvement. Just flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. At Santiago last week, I saved those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was being flared way too early. And I really did not want to do a report like go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains.
Yeah, I'll call it good. So 20 again. Welcome aboard, Ian Aviation. We are flying Heathrow to Baltimore today, and bringing back the sim audio, which we can probably go ahead and do our step climb now. Sorry, working on video here. Working on a video that will come out potentially later today. Later today, relative as in tomorrow. Later today is Zulu time. Anyway, let's go ahead and do a step climb now up to flight level 380 just before we're at. Traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy step climb now, flight level 380, traffic. Gonna perform our step climb, so. Yeah, doing a video on the AnyBuilds 8350 and my thoughts on it over the past 15 months. And my thoughts are basically, it's not bad. It's actually pretty damn good. It's had some significant hurdles to get to that point, but it's doing pretty good now. It's 777-200. 777-200ER. Doing transatlantic operations tonight. There we go. Yep, 777-200ER. Because I freaking love my 777-200. Anyone who knows me, immediately they think of me as the 777 guy, because this thing's beyond amazing to fly. It's, Boeing cooked, and they cooked hard when it came to the 777. Just beyond amazing to fly, and I just can't say enough good about the triple. Cannot say enough good about the triple. Beyond amazing to hand fly, beyond amazing to, beyond reliable, beyond safe, right? I mean, there have been, this thing has had its incidents, but, yeah. All good, all good. The max cockpit, no, not really. There's not really that much different. I mean, the 777's its own breed. Though the 777X is going to share the same type rating as the 787 Dreamliner. Now that we get a 777X out, I will be thrilled. But I think the channel might die before then. Because I am still in the books to move in September, even though I really need to make progress on that. It's approaching the end of May here soon, and I am not in a good place, both financially and life-wise. So, yeah, no, the cockpit, it isn't that. Let me see. Let me pull it up. I mean, look at the hovered panel. And you'll immediately see the difference because the Mac still has to. With the Macs, you still have to control the pressure manually, don't you? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, not really. Not really. It's pretty different. Bit more like the Dreamliner, I think. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I can understand why someone might confuse it because of the yoke, but not really. It's pretty awfully different. For the wrong reasons. Well, it's like, seriously, Boeing. They had the Dreamliner. Boeing had this Dreamliner flight deck, which they had developed, right? It's like they had this Dreamliner flight deck, and out of all the technology they put in it, they put in like 2% of what was in the Dreamliner. Kept the same airframe for the Max. It's like, seriously, Boeing. It's like, what the fuck were you guys thinking? I mean, this is your opportunity to bring a 40-year standard up to the modern days in terms of aviation. This was your fucking chance, and you guys completely blew it. Right? You didn't do a composite airframe. You guys didn't really update the flight deck. I mean, the most you did with the flight deck was add some extra software and add some and add some better screens. Yeah, it's a bit more. Yeah, the 777 is a bit more like the 747 flight deck. But like, seriously, Boeing. It's like, what? I mean, you guys had the technology to make a 737 Max stupidly efficient. It's like, you guys had the technology. Why didn't you guys do it? I think Giver does their first composite short haul airliner is going to win this thing because I mean Airbus hasn't done it, but Airbus actually has a legitimate reason why they might not want to do it, right? Because it is so unbelievably easy to transfer from an A330 to an A320, right? Airbus has this very standardized flight deck that is useful basically across their entire fleet up until the A350 and A380. Right. So like Airbus had a reason not to really update much aside from the engines. Boeing didn't, because Airbus already does a lot of things automatically. It's like pressure, and so does Boeing. I mean, the 777 does pressure automatically, right? But Boeing had this opportunity and they didn't use it. Right? They didn't do pressure automatically. You still have to. You still have to put in the altitudes. The 777 does that automatically, and that was the 20 years thing that they had. 777 was 1996. You're talking about Max in 2016, right? It's 20 years old at the time. It's like, you guys have that technology. You guys have had it for years. Why the fuck didn't you guys not change it? So, kind of going out on Boeing there, but yeah. Now I can understand them not wanting to do it from the standpoint of, okay, here's a standard aircraft type. Now if we can make this the same type rating, that would be a good move. Because the 737s, I think all of them, aside from maybe the 400, they all have the same type rating. You can easily transfer from a 737 MAX to 737-800 without having to go through any extra training. It shares the same type rating. Right. I mean, pilots who fly on the NGs can hop off an NG, go fly on a MAX, same hour, right? So. Well, the 777, the 777X though, that thing is legitimately new. And Boeing is actively working on it. I think it's actually not that far away from its FAA certification, if I'm not mistaken. That thing actually legitimately has new technology in it. That thing is much more of a Dreamliner, and I think it's from my understanding that it's going to share the same exact type rating as the Dreamliner as well. Just have to go through one of those iPad courses when it comes to these folding wings, folding wingtips, right? At least that's my understanding. I mean, you have to remember this 777X has been in development for literally the past 15 years, and it's already like a decade behind schedule. But you have to remember it. The idea of it has been that long. They've hit delay after delay after delay. I think they're finally gonna begin shipping them next year. I don't really see. I think if they'd have any more delays, I think that their customers might begin to lose all hope that it's gonna come out ever. But I think they're actually beginning to get assembly ramps up as well. So production units. So yeah. I mean, the 777X will be good when it comes out. Yeah, it'll be good. And remember, you have to remember, back then, they didn't have a competent CEO. They have a competent CEO now. A competent CEO who is an engineering guy, not a finance guy. The guy before this current guy, he was I think he was labeled America's worst CEO ever. David Calhoun. I think he was named David, or I think he was named the worst CEO ever. If I'm not too mistaken. All right, we are officially, we're not quite oceanic. Be oceanic in a bit. Our flight path for today has us going all the way to the north, almost over the Arctic. So we don't have any issues. We had some issues last time. Current ETA for Baltimore is estimating 8:50 Zulu. So that's about 6 hours out. Well, that's the thing. I think they have now, because it's from my understanding that new CEO, what he did was it was from my understanding that he completely changed the way that the company was operating. At least I hope he did. But Boeing's kind of at this like weird crossroad where, in order for their company to begin to make any significant amounts of money, it's like they kind of have to get the 777X out, because right now they don't, aside from the Max 10, which they just got certification for, they don't have any other new aircrafts in the work. They need to begin to work on. They need to begin to work on a new aircraft, and a new airframe entirely, in my opinion. Right, but it's my understanding that their quality control has gone up. I mean, they're under a microscope with the FAA right now, just because they've had so many issues in the past over the past few years. Afterward, they have an engineering guy right now. But yeah, like, but if I'm the Boeing CEO right now, it's all hands on deck on the 777X, because they can't continue forward as a company if they don't get that thing out within the next few years. If they push it beyond 2027, they're done. I'm calling it now. They're going to go bankrupt. But they are ramping up production again. They're doing and from my understanding, they're actually acting as a plane company now, and less as a financially hungry company. At least it's from my understanding that's what they're doing. Having the right guy as CEO makes a massive difference, especially at any engineering firm or hardware firm or software firm, right? I mean, we've all seen what's happened to Apple in the past decade, where they've had a supply chain guy, Tim Cook, in charge. I mean, no doubt Apple has made significant advancements in technology, but they've also more or less been focused more on the buck, less focused on coming out with new hardware, and right, they've been focused more or less on um, getting stable products out there instead of trying something new. It's, I mean, they've had their successes over the past decade when Tim Cook left, but I mean, yeah. It's from my understanding that they've gotten the certification for the 737 MAX 10. Yeah, just very recently as well. It's like last week. Let's see here. But the Max 7 and the Max 10, I think, have it now. Oh, wait, they may have not. Yes, yes. The Max 10 is significantly longer, and so the reason that's taken them so long to get the Max 10 out is because it needs stronger brakes. Uh, don't think it's gotten it yet. recently. Yeah, don't think actually. Date. They're doing their final test flights. But yeah, the 737 Max 10 needs different brakes because it's much longer. The Max 10 is more like an A321neo if you want to think about it that way. It's going to be the best competitor to the A321neo, even though 737 Max 10 versus A321neo. I'm sorry, I'm still going to take the A321neo every day of the week. I don't. In case it's not obvious, it's like I don't like the 737. So. Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, so we're actually, so in addition to Airbus having production delays, and Airbus kind of leading the industry with newer technology. Now, the A350 freighter that's coming out next, but outside of that, I don't think they have any plans for any new airframes. And here's I have a speculate. I'm just gonna speculate here. I think I know the reason why they aren't really focused on new airframes aside from the A350 freighter. The reason why is I think that the industry as a whole, I think everyone's realizing that we need to move away from guzzling oil. And so what I think is happening now, I think what we're beginning to see happen is Airbus and Boeing kind of stop planning out new airframes until hydrogen or battery technology is able to kick off significantly in cars. Because, so, everyone has, it's not hard to make a little small scale model of how hydrogen would work. I mean, we already have toy cars, right? But the thing is, though, is you need to first, in order to get it to airliner level, you need to first do it on the level of cars, of actual motor vehicles that get people around daily. You need to prove that they're safe. Okay. I think they're working on if I'm not mistaken, they're working on a 777 freighter as well. I mean, Boeing has their work cut out for me. They're doing 3 versions of the new 777X, I think. So there's enough freighters in the industry though, because you can pull out any old A330-300 from storage and have it be a very profitable, a very, very profitable freighter. I mean, how FedEx still uses MD-11s, or is about to again. The freighter industry is very different. It's like there's a reason that the passenger jets come before the freighter industry, because you have to remember with freight routes, they don't go as often as passenger routes. A lot of passenger aircraft, they want them on, the airlines want them on the ground maybe a max of 2 to 3 hours before getting them airborne again. At least that's, from my understanding, their ideal scenario. Yeah, the same thing's not true when it comes to freighters. The freighters actually mostly live on the ground, and then they get flown like once or twice a day. Because when you don't have passengers stressing you, it's like you can load up a freighter all you want, and yeah. And then also they can charge freight's actually essential. I mean, freight is essential for global operations, so why not? So they get to charge whatever high price they want for air shipping. But anywho, yeah, passenger. I think Boeing is going to work on the. I think they have plans for a 777X freighter. But you also have to remember that any 777-200 can be converted into a freighter. There's plenty of those in the market right now, especially with BA retiring theirs. I mean, yeah, they do have the 747s, which are very good freighters. Anyone can easily convert an old 747. There's plenty of those laying around. I mean, they're all basically retired now. I mean, there's plenty 747-8s that can be converted into freighters with the appropriate modifications. Any A330 can be converted into a freighter. Even slap new engines on it, and it'll be wonderful. They're converting older 737 NGs now, and A321 or A320s are becoming freighters. Well, I mean, any old aircraft can be fine as a freighter and still make plenty of money. And people can get them at a discount because a lot of those freighters are actually freighters, where they've or previously passenger jets and have been converted to freight aircraft. So I mean, but either way, freight's not that big of a priority. And going back to where I think the industry is going, first you need to prove that battery and hydrogen technology is A, feasible, and B, you need to prove that it is actually usable in stuff like cars, right? Where you have to deal with thousands of volts, or potentially thousands of volts in a safe manner. The issue that I see with batteries is a safety reason. Is a safety issue, right? Hydrogen is pretty easy to extinguish, but batteries aren't necessarily that way. Batteries, you actually have to submerge, or you actually have to figure out why is this thing sparking? Where is the cause of this fire? Or you have to wait until that metal just straight up melts. Yeah, the airline industry is a bit of a it's a bit of a dead industry, to be honest. It doesn't make that much money. I mean, we all complain about, oh, these guys are charging so much for a bottle of water, right? It's like they have to. Don't know how to say it. It's like they just have to. I mean, Spirit wasn't charging enough. That's partially why they went under. I mean, they just have to. I mean, even Delta and United, they're operating on maybe in a good year a 2% profit margin, and a tiny little event can cause those guys to go under, right? I mean, just to make it clear though, there are but airlines who are doing pretty well right now. I can imagine that Ryanair is doing not badly right now, but you also have to remember these guys are operating on like a 1 to 2% profit margin per year. It's not very high at all. They raise the ticket prices too much. No one will buy tickets. They don't charge enough. They don't make any money. So, I mean, that's kind of what happened to Spirit. I mean, Spirit had been making money for years. 2019 was their last year of profit. Look where they are now. Spirit's gone now. I mean, their jets are still physically here, but Spirit's in bankruptcy, and they've been in bankruptcy now 2 to 3 years. Yeah, the airline industry does not make that much money. Why are these ticket prices? Why did I have to pay nearly $1,000 for a round trip from Baltimore to Heathrow? It's because that's what BA has to charge in order to make money. the fact. So. Yeah, the conflict in the Middle East is also making it difficult. I mean, evidently that was what did Spirit, but I mean, even before the war happened, or even before the war started, I mean, there's they had their money issues long. The Spirit going under was inevitable when they filed bankruptcy twice, or the second time that they filed bankruptcy. I don't think I've ever seen a company come out of bankruptcy twice in that short of a period without liquidation. Don't think I don't think I've ever seen that happen. It just physically was not feasible for Spirit to continue operating without changing up their entire business model overnight. It just wasn't possible in it. And I mean, even when the big guys are struggling, like United and Delta, when they're not making any money and they're more premium airlines, when those guys aren't making any money, then that's when. I mean, you guys, we all know that someone that's going to go under. So, but I mean, there were a few things that did Spirit in. First, the big one that killed them this year, not next year, was fuel. The price of fuel. But I mean, they also were heavily affected by some engine issues that happened to some brand new jets with Pratt and Whitney engines, where essentially these engines were defective and they had to take brand new aircraft out of service, get their engines inspected, get them repaired. I mean, Spirit actually had a fairly new fleet. I mean, if you take a look at the average age of a Spirit jet, it was surprisingly young. I mean, Spirit did swap out their jets fairly quickly, so. No, I think that Boeing and Airbus, they're selling jets fine. I don't see that. I mean, it's like, actually, if anything, this is the time to buy new jets, because the thing about buying new jets at a time like this is it allows you to cut down on routes whilst you train pilots for these newer jets. Okay. It allows you to do a bit of fleet modernization. It allows you to figure out maybe BA, once the 777Xs come out, maybe BA are just going to decide entirely with the slow storm that we're going in. Maybe they'll just decide entirely. Let's just cut all the 777-200s that are still in the fleet. I know that that'll make me very sad, but it makes sense, right? I think they're doing fine right now with this conflict. I mean, Airbus is 10 years behind on the A321neo, from my understanding. 10 years. So, but I mean, now is the time. In my view, now's the time for them to do some fleet modernization. If they want to if they want to begin to retire a certain aircraft type like the 772, I mean, really, now is like really the time for them to do it, because they have less passengers, because their prices are sky high. It allows them to take these older aircraft out of service, cutting costs temporarily. It allows them to train pilots on these newer jets. It allows them to potentially it also allows time for any issues that might arise with these newer jets that could result in them being grounded. It allows them to begin to find out those issues without having massive passenger loads on board. Right. Not that we're all wishing for a crash, because that's horrendous. Don't wish for a crash. But it allows us time to figure out these things. That every jet's going to have this inevitable issue with it that during testing they're not able to find. I mean, that's how the aviation industry works. Right. I mean, every jet's going to have its issues. And it will crash eventually. I mean, that Dreamliner, I was expecting it to crash at some point. Now, the question on the Dreamliner, that the Air India Dreamliner, now that's a big question. I think it could be intentional. We'll see what the final report says next month. Though it could have also been fuel cutoff switches. Wouldn't be surprised if they are. Either way, we'll find out the Dreamliner in a month or so. What happened with that? What caused it to crash? Right. But it takes some time to find out these issues. I mean, this Pratt & Whitney and engine issues. It took Spirit having numerous engine failures for them to find out and say, okay, we actually have a physical issue here that might be making our planes not safe. So, are you a Russian? Because only a Russian would say that. The Russian planes are pretty shit in my opinion. Boeing and Airbus, they're the way to go. Yeah, Russian planes, I think they're pretty shit. And then even the Chinese planes, who is it? I think Comair? I forget who it is. Those guys are just essentially putting off Airbus, so. Oh. Yeah, yeah, I don't know much. You'd be surprised at how little I know about outside of Airbus and Boeing. I know some CRJs. I know Embraer is actually doing really well right now because Embraer is doing really well with the regional jets, and then that's how they can step up. I mean, start off with regional jets, move up to. Oh yeah, the comic. Yeah, that thing is literally just a ripped off Airbus. It's literally just an Airbus. I think it's literally an A220. The issue is that it's Chinese, and so it's kind of hard to sue them over it. So. Alright, anyway, let's do a bit of a mid-flight check-in. We've been chatting for so long. Chat nearly an hour now, I think. About half an hour. Alright, anyway. Let's see here. Free to check. Fuel. Fuel is fine. 23.3 total, 46.7. It's not looking bad. We do have a tiny bit in the center. We'll leave that there. R. What's R again? So I'm trying to memorize these checks for my P1. And there's a free to check. Forget what they are. I know that E is engines, so engines are looking fine for the most part. Oil temp, oil pressure well in the green. Direction is fine. Altitude, what we want it. I just forget what the R is. Radius. We are monitoring advisory, Unicom on 122.8. So radius are fine, and then the transponder is set to 2000. Free to check completed. We can even kind of do a Hazel check as well. So Hazel check is height 380. Airframe is fine. Security is fine. Looking out for traffic. Or sorry, location. We are halfway, or we are very much well into our journey across the Atlantic. And then look out for any traffic. I'm looking at that on my radar now. On VATSIM radar, we have a Scandinavian A340-300 from Copenhagen to Kennedy. You have a United 777 going to San Fran. So. Frida and Hazel checks completed. And then there's also another one I have to add to my checklist here. Let's see here. My flows. Felt. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. Alright. So there's a few checks here that I'm trying to memorize. There's Bumflitch, there's Felt, there's Hazel, there's Frida. Yeah. For my P1. So my actual VATSIM type rating. Or my actual VATSIM pilot rating. So we have Bumflitch, which is brakes, undercarriage, mixture, magnetos, fuel, landing lights, instruments, carb heat, harnesses, and hatches. Yeah, I have a bunch of these that I'm trying to memorize. So yeah, well, like just go to the guys who have the original ideas, please. It's like just go to those guys because they know the technology the best. They know what they were thinking, right? Alright, in a moment we'll go ahead and continue editing the A350-1000 review, a 15-month review. Been using it on and off the past 15 months, and yeah. Is it gonna replace my 777? Hell no. There's no chance in hell that's ever gonna replace my 777, so. Nope. Not ever going to do that as well. Actually, you'll be surprised at how few areas that I'd actually like to visit. I mean, I'd love to be able to fly in between the U.S. and Europe. Then I'd also love to be able to fly between Europe, between all the European nations. Maybe even down to Africa or even Asia to an extent. But there's a few countries that I have no interest in visiting. Russia and North Korea very much on that list. So, actually, North Korea, I might want to visit, but obviously, for reasons I don't think that's a good idea anytime soon. I might want to visit North Korea someday, but certainly not with who's in charge. Certainly not with this dictatorship style. Yeah. Don't really want to go anywhere in the Middle East, to be honest. Maybe Dubai. Dubai might be nice. No, I've never visited North Korea. Do you think I'd be standing here or sitting here if I had? Never visited North Korea. Don't really have any interest to right now. Though China might be it. Visiting China might be a nice option. Visiting Hong Kong or Shanghai. That might be an option. I'm gonna show how American I am, but here with this, but China, I don't know what to think about China, to be honest. Well, Spirit Airlines is defunct. No one's flying for Spirit Airlines. Though the idea is I did have the idea that if Spirit Airlines had decided that okay, we're going to schedule our final flight and then after that we'll be done, I was gonna try to get a ticket on that. Okay, but their final flight, I didn't ever ride Spirit, unfortunately. It would have been nice to when they last did, but never flew Spirit. Bit of a shame. Kind of wish I would have. But my idea was literally if they had actually scheduled like a final day for their shutdown. I have not done Frontier yet. Not done Frontier yet. Might have a reason to in a few months. I don't know. I'm trying to move to the UK first, and then I'll fly Ryanair. I'm gonna fly Ryanair and EasyJet and Virgin Atlantic. It's Virgin Atlantic. Are all the Virgins owned by the same person? Because I know that there's Virgin Australia, and I know that there's Virgin Atlantic, which is UK-based airline. Are they all owned by Branson? Do we know? Oh, I haven't flown Ryanair yet. I might. The Virgin Okay, what about Virgin Australia? Virgin. Yeah, they were all started by Richard Branson. I have not flown with Ryanair, though I'd love to. So, no, actually, Kevin O'Leary's the guy who's in charge of Ryanair. He's a very interesting guy, and I find that he's not actually that wrong um about a lot of things in the airline industry. I mean, he, I'd like. I mean, I don't think he's wrong about supersonic flight. I mean, his answer to supersonic flight is kind of shit in my opinion, but I don't think he's wrong either. It wasn't exactly the answer that I was looking for. Essentially, in case you missed it, he kind of said that doesn't think that supersonic flight's really going to become that big of a thing because in order to have supersonic flight, you'd have to. I mean, those tickets are going to be so insanely priced. I mean, it might be for a select few, but he essentially said that he doesn't think passengers will want to pay the premium price to get across the Atlantic a few hours quicker. And I can kind of respect that opinion. I don't think he's that wrong. On that front, yeah, I don't think he's that wrong to be honest. I mean, it's kind of sad to think that, but he's not wrong. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary, or yeah, Michael O'Leary is a pretty interesting man though. Pretty interesting. Not to be confused with Kevin O'Leary, who's just a complete jackass and lowball or and yeah, he's just a Kevin O'Leary is just a complete asshole. Just a complete arsehole. Doesn't know shit. Complains so much about a tiny bit of regulation. It's like, bro, it's like the regulations there literally to help you out, right? And to prevent you financial idiots from doing stupid shit. That's why the regulations are there, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you're not working for your profits. You're working for your customers. Now, you need profits to stay alive, no doubt, but at the end of the day, you're not working for your profits. You're working for your customers, right? If you have successfully offered a service where you either break even or make a little bit of money that successfully satisfies every customer day in day out, then boom, you have successfully, and boom, you've done really good. You've done really good for yourselves. So. All right, let's see here. We might have a bit of weather coming into we might have a bit of a bumpy arrival into Baltimore today. Just because we had a lot of rain recently over the past few days. Actually, yeah, we had a thunderstrike that last night that shook the house. So it was so damn close. We've had some pretty. I mean, we've had some rain. So Cat 3 landing very much a possibility, with the potential for significant fog buildup, especially with how much rain we've had. Actually, to be honest, I'll be surprised if we don't have to Cat 3. To be honest. Yeah, it's looking like it'll be a Cat 3. 3-3 left day certainly. Though right now it's what temperature is it right now? It's gonna be temperature 132 point. Yeah. Cruising 380, so 38,000 feet right now, with a step climb in about 3 hours to up to flight level 400. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of weather when we arrive later. Most likely, anyway. I'm gonna put in our alternate now. I'm gonna go ahead and update that to be Kennedy, not. I'm gonna go ahead and update that to be Kennedy, not Dulles, because it looks like Dulles is gonna be a bit more affected by the pending weather. So gonna go ahead and put that in our second flight plan. Alright, so the way we do this is we go to legs. Sorry, route. We're going to hit route 2. Sorry, index. Sorry, we're gonna hit route 2. You're going to go departure and arrival. Oh shit. Alright, route. You're going to go from airport Baltimore. Destination Kennedy. And we are going to go via direct. It'll be a direct to Kennedy. Oh, it should automatically get it, to be honest. Because if we were to go to plan, right? Here, I'll just go direct from. Actually, there's a better way to do this. We're gonna put in the VORs. So you have a Baltimore VOR, so that's VAL, I think. Oh shit, I have to figure it out. I think it's one of those ones. I gotta find this information out. Right now, it's looking like it's going to be ILS approaching runway 10. Add that to the route, though. The wind might die down, though. That would get back to 15-1. Yeah, 1151. That tells me that. That tells me I need that. Again, we are going to go direct to JFK. To the Kennedy VOR. There we go. And so now, if you were to look at the flight plan at the route there, back to that, hit step a bunch of times. Right, you can see how we now how this going direct to. Oh, actually, route 2 legs. You can kind of see this line now. That's what I'm saying. You can kind of see this line direct to Kennedy, which is going to be the plan if we need to divert. Which I don't think we will. I mean, not expecting torrential downpour conditions, but I would like to have the option. I did. Currently into Baltimore, we're estimating. Ew, that's a lot of fuel for diversion. Currently into Baltimore, we're estimating 12.4 tons of fuel. That's not ideal now, is it? Well, I'll take a look. I don't want to divert. If I can avoid, we will not divert. Though I have done Heathrow in worse conditions. Though I am expecting some rain, and I'm expecting a decent layer of fog tomorrow morning since we've gotten rain for like the past 2 days now, 2 days straight, and I don't really see any of it. I don't see enough wind to forcibly yeah, I just don't see the wind to get rid of any fog or to dissipate any fog that might be on the runway. So I just don't see it. All right, we have it in the second pipeline if we need it. So, all right, in a moment, I'm gonna go ahead and continue working on my A350 1000 review. Once again, it is not re-entering into my fleet entirely. It's staying kind of in the offhand, where I'll use it if I want to use it, but not often. That's not for me. I mean, I know I've given it a really hard time over the past 15 months or so. I know I've given it a very hard time, but I mean, that's just me. I think that's just me at this point. Mm. All right. You're recommending 3860. Our maximum is 399. Yeah, we got a while for step 5. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and begin to work more on my A350 review now that I have all the audio bits sorted out. Or almost. Alright, I'm gonna take this headset off actually. Alright, clean up my face a bit.
I've said before, the only ones who do VNAV correctly listen. It's almost always dead on without plummeting the aircraft or accepting to show. Gives you good decent rate of descent as well. And from a SMT point, it has a really nice GSX integration with a beyond useful OS slash EFB. The OS doubles as the EFB in the A350. It works perfectly, no complaints about it. So we'll get to maybe just a tad the one note that I'd like to add to the we'll get to that a little later.
Alright. Yeah, that works. Part 2 works, okay. So now I have all of my files here. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and open up this new project. Hopefully it opens up on the right screen, and it is. due to expiration of our copyright agreement, Garfield series assets will be leaving the platform June 19th, 2026 to ensure your creative projects are not affected. Yeah. Alright, noted. Oh shit. There might be one more bit I want. Oh yes, I need to get the video, the Santiago video. It was this guy. It's like, a lot of these I'm only gonna need like some tiny clips from. All right, you guys want to see how bad how was this Cat 3 was like? All right, there we are, final. The art. We are now very short final. We are.
All my lights are on. Final call Santiago traffic around 3:05 in the morning. One second. Final call Santiago traffic. Nothing.
I just love how I adjusted that since it's looking weird. Not looking right. Anyway, this is what it is. That's what we did.
Oh, thank you. If I can even see them.
There you go. There you go.
Damn, this is really it. It's bad.
Could barely see the edges of the damn runway. Anyway, I need to download this. Did I already download it? Have I already downloaded it? I mean, seriously. I have. All right, so some of these I'm just gonna need like a 2-second clip. So, all right, I need to run to the restroom real quickly. I'll be right back. Once again, I'll be right back. I just need to run to the restroom for a moment. I'm back. I'm back. Apologies. I went to go run to the restroom. Alright. I need to also just the stream deck. I think that's kind of obvious. No, I gotta be honest. I feel like that tail's growing on me. That tail's beginning to grow on me. I don't know if it fits in with the rest of the aircraft, but it's. Don't know if it fits in with the rest of the aircraft, but I mean, it's beginning to grow on me. Maybe okay, yeah, no, it's beginning to grow on me. Thoughts, ideas. The Air Baltimore logo. I'm thinking about. I think it works. The Air Baltimore thing. I think it works. So, all right. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue editing this video. So, the first thing I'd like to do actually is I'm gonna come in here and the first thing I'm gonna do is actually take out these, or I'm gonna just gonna clip out the very basic bits of these that I need, because I only need a tense. I only need like a 30-second clip for each. Actually, can I do that in maybe a different piece of software? Yeah, edit and clip champ. So, and it's a big file. It'll take just a second to read it. I just need to. This might be completely online based. This it might not work very well. I'll give up on that. Alright. The first thing I'd like to do is steal this. Add that to the timeline. Oh my word, is OBS still recording at 720p? Actually, do I have I might have it somewhere. It's a 9-hour clip I'm looking for. Early last month. I don't. No, I don't think I have it in there. That, though, I might. So if I was anything smart. If I was smart by any margin. Just don't think I was. Let's see here. I'm not usually very smart now, am I? Let's see here. Oh, that's a Heathrow to Baltimore. But that's Baltimore Heathrow. The thing. Alright, let's see here. I only need a few. I know. Okay, I need that from that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clip this down. Yeah, I'm gonna clip this down. Then I'm gonna export this, and then that way when I go to actually edit the final video together, it's it works a little bit better. Because it's a lot easier for a computer to read a 7-minute clip than a 3-hour clip. It takes up a lot less memory, which we already know that Sim kind of sucks with memory right now. So I'm going to export this. Local. Going to chuck this in this. I'm going to label this 7min cat 3 auto land. Okay. Quality, high quality, MP4. Export that. And now this is going to take 30 seconds or so. I'm going to export this, and the reason I'm doing this is because now I'm not going to have like 5 different files that are in excess of 7 to 8 hours. I mean, you have to remember what I do is I do a lot of long hauls, right? A lot of my recordings, they usually tend to be about 20 gigabytes. I mean, I'm almost out. I ran out of space. So okay, and now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, because now that it's good, right? I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the quality on this.
Santiago traffic here on 385.
And what's up there? That's like 720p. Okay, what was this downloaded at? Is my question. What is this downloaded at 720p? One. What the fuck, Windows Explorer? What the fuck? I go to properties and it's broken. Yeah, okay, that is 720p. Damn it. Okay, what about this? Is this 720p? Oh, probably is. I mean, if that one was 720, then this is probably 720 as well, which is not ideal. Yet, I think YouTube has it as 1080. Kind of nice if I could get the actual quality in terms of download. No, that's. I put the I'd like to find new details. Whatever. Just means I'm going to be doing this in 720. Annoying. Alright, anyway, I have to do this the same of the Gatwick incident. Need to go ahead and clip that Gatwick incident. Oh, I remember I did something after the Gatwick incident as well. Went on a little milk run to Madeira. Alright, here it is. Go ahead and shape out that. Alright.
By the way, we're gonna try something after we go through.
212 Juliet requesting taxi.
3, 2, 1.
12 Juliet, check squawk 7214.
I control this.
Sorry, squawk 7214, Sweet 12 Juliet.
Background, good morning, 531 Victor, radio check.
531 Victor, gang target, on radio base 5.
Roger, thank you, and Embraer 19 to understand 20 with Yankee. Requesting off after 2 short.
531 Victor, Roger, information Yankee is correct. Declared to Chambéry, Falkland X-ray departure, squawk 7, depression 2702.
Clear Chambray on the Bogner 1 X-ray departure, squawking 2702. Third at 3 minutes.
531 Victor, correct. Breaking people 12 Juliet, taxi 1 Alpha 1 via Papa and Alpha Sierra.
Roger, holding point Papa 1 by Alpha, by November Alpha Sierra, or to Julia.
You want to Juliet just confirm that's holding point Alpha 1 via Papa and Alpha Sierra.
Continue.
Sorry, Alpha 1 by Papa and Alpha Sierra, Julia.
Let's see here. That's like the heart of it right there, so go ahead and flip it about there. Then I can use as much of that as I need. I need to run to the restroom quickly. I'll be right back. Back. Alright. So I'm gonna export, and once again, I'm gonna go ahead and export this. Yes, high quality. I got 30 frames per second actually. Export. And where did this put it again? Now I can ditch that. Now I can go ahead and ditch that. Oh, for fuck's sake, that fucking freaked me out. Delete. Alright. So, what I need to do now is I need to import a bunch of shit. Alright, so what I like to do is... Easier. I'd like to maybe split apart the audio. Oh no, I'll split apart the audio in a bit. That I don't need.
The indie builds A350. You know, it was supposed. The indie builds A350. You know, it was supposed to be one of its kind aircraft. Yet when it released, I was kind of confused. I mean, should I like it? I mean, it's nice, but it's not exactly what I expected it to be. So, what did I do? Naturally, I gave it a go, and I continued to test it, and I still continue to test it to this day. But I never really felt satisfied with my purchase, until now at least. So I thought today we may as well take a second to talk about it, take maybe a second or 10 minutes to talk about it, and answer the true final question. Was it worth the $17 I put into it 15 months ago?
Alright. Go ahead and detach the audio on that front. Not doing any... Oh, shit. Why is it detach audio? What the hell? Maybe it just needs an extra clip or something. Bring this into effect. Nope. I detapped the fucking audio. What are you talking about? Can detach.
I'm very well aware of nothing is to procedure. Already have my VATSIM flight plan file, which I should be able to see VATSIM Edge 30.
Now I'm gonna basically get rid of all the other. It's allowing me to do it for that one. Why isn't it allowing me to do it for? Wait, what? This makes me want to use fucking Premiere Pro because Premiere Pro actually fucking works. I'd like to do. To maybe split this up here. Well, you know, I'll work on that a bit. Let me get these all in order here. Okay. Detach audio. No, just for sake of copyright, let me go ahead and stop sharing David's shit. I was an idiot, and when I did all my voiceovers with OBS, because I was awful, and I just let me put it on the screen. Let me not use any extra recording software, just to just chuck it on that screen, right? There we go. Oh shit, I need to no hide yoke came on that one. All right. Get rid of the audio on that.
Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually pretty well simulated in airliner. I think it can fly is fine, though I know others have some different opinions. I think there might be a tad of a space for improvement, but I think it can flies as the A350 should. And it's also worth noting, I'm not a real pilot, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. It looks not bad. It actually looks pretty decent, especially on the outside. System depth is pretty decent. I'm not going to say it's the best in the world. I'm not going to say it's PMG level, but I'm also going to say it's pretty good for right now. And I know that anyone else is working to improve that. It is stable now, though we'll get to the WASM issues a little bit later on. But it is also nice to note that if you have a sim crash or a WASM for any reason, the most you're ever going to hide is about 15 minutes because autosaves are very much a nice factor.
All right. Part 2. Once again, detaching the audio.
Before, and I'll say it again, any builds may. The most you're ever going to hide is about 15 minutes because autosaves are very much a nice factor. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, any builds may be the only ones who do VNAV correctly in Sim. It's almost always dead on without plummeting the aircraft.
Welcome aboard, everyone. Who's tuning in? Doing some video editing.
It gives you a good, decent rate of descent as well. From a sim standpoint, it has a really nice GSX integration with a beyond useful LAS slash EFB. The LAS doubles as the EFB in the A350, and it works perfectly, no complaints about it. Though we'll get to maybe just a tad little note that I'd like to add to the EFB, but we'll get to that a little later.
All right.
Moving over to a development side of things, it has a really, really good paint kit. This paint kit that they have, is there room for improvement? Yes, but It gives you a bunch of options. You can configure a livery to be exactly how you want it to be, like these specific antennas on top of the aircraft. It has the good documentation. It also offers you a full PSD and Blender option. So if you prefer using Blender for liveries, which makes sense, you have that option. If you prefer having a PSD, you also have that option.
All right, it's not bad. All right. Let's see here. Detach audio. Where is it?
Parts about the inputs. For having a PSD, you also have that option. Now, this brings it to the rough parts about the inputs. Performance. Now, it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help out a little bit, but what I'm about to say still very much applies. If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 40.
Didn't bring up the Gatwick incident now.
I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. Card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow to Gatwick, to be honest, your best option might be an auto land, just because your odds of getting out smoothly and safely not very high. Especially if there's lots of traffic on that sim, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, you really just cannot stress this enough. It's wasted. It's your money. Because at those bigger airports, you are going to struggle. No cabin version, which does help out a little bit. But what I'm about to say still very much.
I'm still here, obviously.
If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow to Gatwick, to be honest, your best option might be an auto land, just because your odds of getting out smoothly and safely not very high, especially if there's lots of traffic on that sim, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, really just cannot stress this enough. It's a waste of your money. Because at those bigger airports, you are going to struggle.
All right, let's see here. I need this now. Match or that, and then Autoland. Let's see here. I need to detach the audio on that.
It's flaring way. Speaking of Autoland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog, it didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where the improvement. That's where it needs the improvement. Clearing way too aggressively, way too early ammo. At Santiago, last week I spammed those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was getting flared way too early. And I really did not want to do a performance go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains.
Now for this, I'd like to go ahead and clip it right at the flaring point. Let's see here.
It's way too early because at those bigger airports you are going to struggle. Speaking of auto land, it needs some work.
Need to get it right out before the click.
You are going to struggle.
Nope. Don't know why it's still somewhat linked, but it's kind of annoying. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Seriously. Let's see here. Auto land. Oh wait, no. That's wrong thing. Where is it? 7 minute. It's that. And I need just that final bit. Here, let me go ahead and start it off there. See what it looks like.
Conditions with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog. It didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where the improvement. That's where it needs the improvement. Just flaring way too aggressively, way too early ammo. At Santiago, dang, this is really last week. I spammed those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was getting flared way too early. And I really did not want to do a performance go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains.
I'd like to potentially slow this down a bit. And doesn't know need it though. I don't know.
Speaking of auto land, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog. It didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where the improvement. That's where it needs the improvement. Just flaring way too.
I'm sorry.
Way too
Obvious.
At Santiago, last week I spammed those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was getting flared way too early. And I really did not want to do a performance go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains.
All right, now it's time for me to edit this a little because I could use the B-roll a little. Once again, I can probably mute that entirely. You know what? No, I want to keep all that actually. But what I would like to do is I'd like to that. Let me see here. I'd like to maybe do a bit of a time lapse there. I'd like to go speed, just speed control. I'd like to maybe put usually at like that, something like that.
The Indy builds A350. You know, it was supposed to be one of its kind aircraft. The Indy builds A350. You know, it was supposed to be one of its kind aircraft. Yet when it released, kind of.
No, give me this B-roll actually. Give me this B-roll instead. This B-roll is better.
The Indy builds A350. You know, it was supposed to be one of its kind aircraft. Yet when it released, kind of. I mean, should I like it? I mean, it's nice, but it's not exactly what I expected it to be. So, what did I do? Naturally, I gave it a go, and I continued to test it, and I still continue to test it to this day. But I never really felt satisfied with my purchase, as until now at least. So I thought today we may as well take a second to talk about it, take maybe a second or 10 minutes to talk about it, and answer the true final question. Was it worth the $17 I put into it 15 months ago? Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today,
What I like to do. I have to, damn it, I have to input that. I'd like to kind of get me to that there.
let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually a pretty well simulated airliner. I think
I'd like to make that duration a little bit less. Maybe about there.
put into it 15 months ago.
And then I like a bit of a transition right there if I can add it.
$70 I put into it 15 months ago. Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually pretty well simulated airliner. I think it can fly fine, though I know others have some different opinions. I think they might need a tad of space for improvement, but I think it can fly as they think you should. And it's also worth noting that I'm not a real pilot student.
Hey, what's the issue with this? Why didn't it not update? Oh, I know why.
Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually pretty well simulated here. $10 I put into it 15 months ago. Let's start off with the good bits of the A350. Today it's actually pretty well simulated airliner. I think it can fly fine, though I know others have some different opinions. I think they might need a tad of space for improvement, but I think it can fly as they think you should. And it's also worth noting that I'm not a real pilot student. Take my opinion with a grain of salt. It looks not bad. It actually looks pretty decent, especially on the outside. System depth is pretty decent. I'm not going to say it's the best in the world. I'm going to say it's PhD level, but I'm also going to say it's pretty good for right now. And I know that AnyBuild is working to improve that. It is stable now, though we'll get to the flaws and issues a little bit later on. But it is also nice to know that if you have a sim crash or a WASM for any reason, the most you're ever getting behind is about 15 minutes, because autosaves are very much a nice factor. I've said it before and I'll say it again. AnyBuilds might be the only ones who do VNAV correctly in the sim. It's almost always dead on without plummeting the aircraft or descending too shallow.
I need to bring up a good clip of some of it descending.
I've said before, very much a nice factor. I've said before and I'll say it again. But it is also nice to know that if you have a sim crash or a WASM for any reason, the most you're ever getting behind is about 15 minutes, because autosaves are very much a nice factor.
Alright. I need to pull up some footage of it doing a decent job with descent. Let me see here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm curious about this.
That is.
Alright, let me see here. I need a good image of descending. Or I need a good little clip of it descending. Of it descending. Not me descending for it. Though I think that's kind of rare. Yeah, I might have to go back. I might have to go all the way back. Let's see here. Oh, wait, what? Actually. Did I do auto descent with this flight? I don't think I did. Damn. Looking for some good footage of me using VNav to descend. Do we only do the first two legs of the? I think we might have. If that's you who's tuning in, we've only done the first two legs, haven't we? Then what did I decide to do? I guess. Did I just straight up go to the Phoenix? I might have. Oops. That's not helpful now, is it? Did I? No. Let's see here. Let's see here. They were making. Well, this might be useful because. Yeah, I forgot. I did that whole thing in the little shed, I think. Yeah, the shed. I'm not ashamed that I took down that shed. When a bit more of a realistic experience, but I mean. Let's see here. Yeah, this here is a good one. Let me just down this real quickly. Oh wait, I can't download it through that. I need to download it through here. Don't I? That's number 11. Number 11. No, that's number 11. Oops. It's that number 11. Alright. You see, video editing isn't complex at all. It just takes time, and it's just kind of a bit. The ideas are what really hold you back from doing video editing. The editing doesn't take that long. So go ahead and do a free to check in moment. With it. I still need to look for some footage though. Some good A350 footage. Is here. Don't know if I have any footage, to be honest. Because I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt I have the footage, to be honest. So I'm not even gonna worry about it. That's though if I can get the footage of the of that.
Auto saves are very much in my bag. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Any builds may be the only ones to view being correctly in the sim. It's almost always dead on without plotting the aircraft or setting to shallow. Gives you good, decent radar distance. And from a sim standpoint, it has a really nice GSX integration with a beyond useful LIS and slash EFV. The LIS doubles as a VFV and it works perfectly. No complaints about it. So we'll get to.
Alright, this text needs to be. Just needs margins. Just needs to show margins. Make that potentially bold. Okay, how do I get myself out of the zoom tool? There we go.
Perfectly, no complaints about it. So we'll get to maybe just a tad though. No. So we'll get to maybe just a tad. we'll get into that a little later. Alright, moving over to a development side of things, it has a really good paint kit. This paint kit that they have, it's we'll get into that a little later. Alright, moving over to a development side of things, it has a really good paint kit. This paint kit that they have, it's, I mean, is there room for improvement? Yes, but it gives you a bunch of options. You can configure a livery to be exactly how you want it to be. These specific antennas on the top of the aircraft. It has a good documentation. It also offers you a full PSD and Blender option. So if you prefer using Blender for livery, which makes sense, you have that option. If you prefer having a PSD, you also have that option. Now, this brings it to the rough part about the build's performance. Now, it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help out a little bit, but what I'm about to say still very much applies. If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you're going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4060 system. I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow To Gatwick, to be honest, your best option might be an alternator, just because your odds of moving out smoothly and safely not very high, especially if you're traffic on Batson, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, really just not trusting enough, it's a waste of your money. Because at those bigger airports, you are going to struggle. Speaking of Wonderland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 lab at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind. Way too early. Just to be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare especially, that's where the improvement, that's where it needs the improvement. Flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. I mean, at Santiago last week, I stayed in those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was getting flared way too early. And I really did not want to do a performing go around with those visible conditions in the heavy mountains.
Alright. Alright. Now, so I think it's actually not bad. I'm going to move that up there for right now. Just for a moment, whilst I bring in an extra little bit here. Do a bit of a check. Actually, now's a good time for a check. Do a bit of a check here now. Let's see here. So, and of course, the performance not gonna be ideal right now because something is using up all the memory right now. All right, we'll do ourselves a free to check real quickly. So what's the F again? So starting off the fuel check. Fuel. Let's see here. not looking bad. We got about 35.4 tons of fuel on board right now. That's not bad at all. Radio's fine. No ATC online. Altitude 380. We have a step climb in approximately an hour and a half. Up to flight level 400. Right now, our maximum is 404, so we just physically can't get up there. Right now. I mean, we can if we wanted to, but not really. We'd be pushing the limits of the aircraft. Direction is fine, and engines. Let's see here. Let's take a look at these engines real quickly. Fuel pressure is looking fine. Oil temp is fine. Oil quantity is very much in the green. Vibration is down, which is nice. Looking like nice and stable engines. Looking like very, very nice and stable engines. Alright, and also do a bit of a hazel check. So airframe is still clean. Everything's still secure. Height, we are 380. Just check the engines, and then in terms of any potential traffic, let's see here. We are actually, in terms of our location, we're actually over halfway across the Atlantic, which is actually like really, really nice. Approaching quickly for a Canadian. Oh, I suppose we are already in Canadian airspace. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. I mean, I guess we are already inside of Canadian airspace, but not looking too badly at all. We have a Concorde that's zoomed past us somehow. Imagine using Concorde at the time, so. Yeah, Speedbird 1. Bristol idiot. From Heathrow to Kennedy, Speedbird 1. Got a bunch of people crossing the Atlantic right now. And then right now into Baltimore. No ATC. Not seeing any ATC. At the time it is in the morning right now, which is 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm not expecting any ATC. Got about 4 hours to run. Current ETA for Baltimore. 8:49 Zulu, with estimating now 12.6 tons of fuel. We need to be really fuel efficient in this descent because we are expecting some rain. You know, it might still be Cat 3 conditions, even if visibility isn't absolute dog shit. It's important to note that because, I mean, the aircraft can monitor stuff a little faster than us, the humans, can see it, right? Doesn't mean it's gonna be perfect every time. No, it doesn't mean you still have to monitor everything. Yes, take control when you need to take control. But we might still be Cat 3 conditions, even if we can see the runway at a relatively high altitude. Because the aircraft can respond to those changes with the wind, with the rain and everything. Can respond to those conditions a little bit better than us humans can. However, and I'm not expecting anything serious in terms of the winds or anything. So we'll probably, unless it's surprisingly good, we're probably gonna end up doing Cat 3 into Baltimore today. So we'll have to take a Cat 3 runway, which is, I believe, either runway 10 or 33 left. So I'll keep an eye on that. If we need to, which I'm not expecting it to be diversion conditions. I'm expecting a little rain, but I'm not expecting it to be diversion conditions. But if we need to divert, it'll be a diversion directed to Kennedy, not Dulles, because Dulles is going to get hit more by the rain, more by the storm. So there's no point in going south. Let's just go up to Kennedy or even another airport. We could go potentially Philadelphia as well. If we're low on fuel, then I'd rather take Philadelphia. Newark might also be an option. Yeah, but either way, we'll start headed up. We'll get headed up north, I think, is the ideal situation to do in case of a diversion. This thing has fuel. We have this thing somewhat loaded up on fuel. I mean, we have a little less than I was hoping to have, especially for a relatively far diversion. But 7 tons of fuel should get us from about Heathrow to Kennedy at 7 tons. You'd really have to be concerned, but about 5 tons should get us from Heathrow to, or sorry, from Baltimore to Kennedy. Though it might be cutting it a bit close. 7 is when we declare the emergency, because that's, and then anything less than 7, it's get the thing on the ground under whatever conditions. So anyway, let's go ahead and continue editing. To kind of incorporate that if I can. If there's a feasible way for me to incorporate that little clip.
Moving over to a development side of things, it has a really good paint job. This paint job.
Oh, come on. What are you doing now? Having memory issues. Oh, come on. What are you doing now? Might be worth saving the project in a moment just to, I think I'm back now. I think I'm back now, everyone. I should be back now. Just had a bit of a weird internet issue. Don't know if it has something to do with me overstressing the computer. But I'm back now. Alright. There we go. Apologies about that, everyone. Sorry that the computer went and decided it didn't want to connect to internet anymore. Which might mean it's Verizon, probably. Anyway. Continue working on this.
Moving over to a development. Moving over to a moving over to a development. Doubles as the NVDA to the we'll get to that later. Moving over to a development. Moving over to a development side of things, it has a really good paint job. This paint job that they have, it's I mean, is there room for improvement? Yes, but
Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm sorry everyone, I don't know what happened with my internet connection there. Usually it's a really stable connection. Usually I don't have any issues with my internet connection.
I mean, is there room for improvement? Yes, but it gives you a bunch of options. You can configure a livery to be exactly how you want it to be with these specific antennas on top of your craft. Um, it has good documentation. It also offers you a full PST and blended option. So if you prefer using a blender for deliveries, which makes sense, you have that option. If you prefer having PST, you also have that option.
Alright. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to grab some of this B-roll now. Just a tiny little clip is needed for this bit right here. Don't worry, it's not going to be a 37 or a 3-hour video. I promise. And then I just need it. I'll deal with the transitions a little later.
You also have that option. Now, this brings it to the rough parts about the integrate's performance. Now, it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help out a little bit. But what I'm about to say still very applies. If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled. Okay, you might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, great, that's gonna be annoying.
very much going to struggle. At Heathrow, yeah, like to be honest, your best option might be an Autolands because your odds of getting down smoothly and safely not very high, especially if there's lots of traffic on the route. For example, uh, overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, really just cannot stress this enough. It's a waste of your money because at those bigger airports you are going to struggle. Speaking of Autoland, it needs some work. Um, it's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, but just a lot of fog, it didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear, though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5% in the flare especially, that's where the improvement, that's where it needs the improvement. Just flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. I mean, at Santiago last week, I slammed those reversers on 20 feet because I noticed it was starting to flare way too early. And I really did not want to do a performance go around with those wind conditions on the heavy mountains.
All right. I'd like to see. Can I maybe bring those guys down? I can. Nice.
About a little bit, but what I'm about to say still very much applies. If you have a graphics card with eight with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled.
Come on, why are you being a dickhead about it, Fillmore? This makes me want to go back to the Premiere Pro. Fine, I'll add this to that.
You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow to Gatwick, to be honest, your best option might be an Autolander, just because your odds are going to be on.
Watching video editing. Very, very boring stuff, I know.
Especially if there's lots of traffic on Batson, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, really just cannot stress this enough. It's a waste here. Because at those big airports, you are going to struggle. Speaking of
Okay, why are you being dickhead about this? You piece of shit. Fine, then I'll overlay. I'll go ahead and overlay it, so you can't have any of David's bits showing.
because at those big airports, you are going to struggle. Speaking of Autolander, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even in my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions. With
Good morning to everyone again. I guess that's beginning to be my UK patch. Because it's what? Nearly 6 a.m.? Or a little past 6 a.m. for y'all. Doing a bit of video editing here for something that will be out later today that I think people are going to want to hear or listen to. You can ignore the time online because something I just had a bit of an internet issue. Don't really have internet issues here. That's a bit weird. I want to say that maybe it was a lightning strike or something. Remember, we are getting some storms right now. Or sorry, we are due for them. Anyway, just doing some video editing right now.
very minimal wind. There's a lot of fog. It didn't do very well. It was flaring way too early. Just to be crystal clear, the other 95% of it does fly. But in that final 5% in the flare special, that's where there needs to be some improvement. That's where there needs to be some improvement. Flaring way too aggressive, way too rambling. At Santiago last week, I slammed these reversers on at 20 feet because I noticed it beginning to flare way too early. And I really did not want to do a reporting go around with those wind conditions and the heavy mountains.
Media, let's see here. I need the rant. The big rant. Detach audio.
be advised, we're going to go on a bit of a rant now. But I do think it's worth going on this rant. Okay. So you
Don't need that right now. Just need this.
Alright, so just be advised, we're going to go on
Then transitions.
Alright, so just be advised, we're going to go on a bit of a rant now. But I do think it's worth going on this rant. Okay. So you go back in history to all the way back to its first launch,
roughly
roughly 15
15
months
months
ago,
ago,
back in
February
2025.
2025.
You might
You might
recall
recall
there's
there's
a
a
really
1
weird
year
delay.
delay.
At
At
first,
first,
I
I
just
just
found
found
it
it
difficult
difficult
to
to
handle.
handle.
I
I
excused it
excused it
as out of
as out of
practice and
practice
needing
and
to learn
needing
the
to learn
aircraft
the
better.
aircraft better.
Then I
Then I
watched a
watched a
vid
vid
on it and tested
tested
after that
after
video
that
that I
video
watched.
I watched,
And
and
very
very
much
much
agreed
agreed
that
that
it was
it
a
was a
very
very
significant
significant
delay,
delay,
making the
the
experience
experience
for
for
me
me
kind
kind
of
of
forcing me
forcing
to
me
have
to
to
have to
overcome
overcompensate
and
and
blend
blend
into
into
something
something
better.
better.
And
And
then
then
it
it
goes
goes,
and then
and then
someone
someone
goes
goes
to
to
get
get
twisted
twisted
on
on
it in
in
the
the
invincible,
invincible.
and
They
they
said
said
it
it
was
was
pretty
pretty
heroic
heroic, and
and
then
then
locked
locked
me
me
through
through
it.
it.
And everyone was like, that
That
sounds
sounds
pretty
pretty
heroic.
heroic.
So I
So I
went
went
back
back
to
to
my
my
triple
triple
sevens.
sevens,
I was actually
actually
just
just
exploring
exploring
my new triple seven
seven
two
two
hundred
hundred
at the
at the
time.
time.
Felt
Felt
immediately fell in love with that thing.
thing.
Um, then a
Then
few
a few
months
months
went
went
by,
by,
and I
and
was
I was
listening
listening
to
to
one of
one
the
of the
streamers, and
streamers,
someone
and
said
someone
that
said
they
that
had
they
quietly
had
improved
quietly
it.
improved it.
So I
So I
tested it
tested it
off
off
camera,
camera,
and I
and
very
I
much
very much
agreed.
agreed
It
it
was
was
significantly
significantly
better
better.
and felt quite usable.
So
I used
I
it for
used
a
it for
bit.
a bit.
Pivoted
Pivoted
more
more
towards
towards
Phoenix
Phoenix
mainly.
mainly.
I
I
also
also
kind
kind
of
of
was
was
switching
switching
over
over
to
to
Microsoft
Microsoft
Flight
Flight
Sim
Sim
2024 at
2024
the
at the
time,
time,
so
so
that
that
had
had
a bit
a
of
bit of
help
help
too
too
with it.
with it.
But
But
anyway,
anyway,
I
I
forever
forever
remember
remember
this
this
bit
bit
of
of
unethical
unethical
behavior,
behavior,
kind of
kind of
hoping
hoping
that
that
they
they
wouldn't do it
wouldn't do it
again.
again.
Um, but
But
then
then
something
something
happened
happened
back in
back in
November.
November.
Back in
Back
late
in late
November. I
November.
think
I think
I
I
was
was
using it
using it
so
so
much
much
back
back
then.
then.
Went
Went
over to
over
the
to the
triple
triple
and
and
immediately
immediately
loved the
loved the
triple
triple
again.
again.
I think that's what happened back in November when I really stopped using it significantly.
Significantly.
Um, and
And
then
then
I
I
began to
began
get
to
so
go
involved
involved
in
in
doing
doing
my long hauls,
calls,
and
and
there were
there were
positive
positive
issues.
issues.
And they
They
more or
more
less
or less
blamed
blamed
SOA
SOA
at
at
first.
first.
I mean,
I mean,
not saying
not
that
saying
they
they
blamed
blamed
SOA
SOA
entirely,
entirely,
and not
and
to say
not to
that
say
there
that there
weren't
weren't
significant
significant
WASM
WASM
issues with
issues with
Sim,
SIM.
but
But
then they
then
did
they
the
did
weird
the
thing
thing
again
again
of
of
blaming
blaming
SOHO,
SOHO,
and
and
then
then
they
they
fixed it
fixed
on
it
their
on their
own
own
for the
for the
most
most
part.
part.
Not
Not
saying that
saying that
SOHO
SOHO
didn't
didn't
help,
help,
but
but
they
they
blamed
blamed
SOHO
SOHO
first at
first
this
at this
point,
point.
and it's like, yeah,
That's not that
again,
again.
that's
That's
not
not
ethical
ethical
behavior
behavior
of a
of a
company
company
to
to
immediately
immediately
blame
blame
the
the
developers
developers
who
who
developed
developed
your
your
own
own
sim
sim
before
before
you
you
put
put
in
in
any
any
massive
massive
effort
effort
to
to
fix it,
fix it,
right?
right?
I
I
mean,
mean,
going
going
forward,
forward,
I'm
I'm
very
very
hopeful that
hopeful
they
that they
won't
won't
continue with
continue
this
with this
behavior.
behavior.
But at the
At
same
the same
time,
time,
significant
significant
enough for
enough
me
for me
to
to
have
have
to
to
report it.
um,
I mean, it
it,
and
and
this
this
behavior
behavior
entirely
entirely
can
can
easily
easily
turn
turn
someone
someone
off
off
from
from
purchasing
purchasing
an
an
aircraft like
aircraft like
this
this,
and
and
kind of
kind
ruins
of
the whole
ruins the
experience
experience
because
because
this
this
company
company
that
that
developed
developed
this
this
maybe
maybe
might not
might
be
not be
acting with
acting
the
the
most
most
ethical
ethical
intentions
intentions
or
or
ethical
ethical
relationships.
relationships.
All right. I need to go and get some screenshots here for that. That's here. Where is it? I remember it. I remember it. I remember the thing. Hmm. About A350. It's here. Where is it? Don't know where it is. I really don't know where it is. Does anyone remember the video? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look into this in a moment. Maybe see if David. Here, I wonder if David linked it. Uh, Here. Any boats A350. Real pilots. Alright. I might have to watch this again just to see if it was it. I think this might have been it. Alright. Well, I'm still here. I am still here. Just need to go ahead and take a listen to this. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go ahead and give you all your sounds back for a moment. To probably need to listen into this. Real quickly. So let me go ahead and give everyone your sounds back. And I'm still here. I'm still here, ladies and gents. Still here. Just need to verify that this is the correct video. Then I want to link to it. Yep, this is the correct video. This is the correct video. I thought it was, so just go ahead and make sure I don't forget about this. Alright. Go ahead and add this in. Yeah. Import picture screenshots. Yeah, let me just go ahead and let me go ahead and turn off that. And then someone posted it in the index table, and they said it was true. roughly 15 months ago, back in February of 2025. You might recall that there was this really weird input delay. At first, I just found it difficult to hand fly and then excused it as out of practice and needing to learn the aircraft a bit better. Then I watched a vid on it and tested it after that video that I watched, and very much agreed that it was a very significant input delay. I was kind of ruining the experience for me, and kind of forcing me to have to overcompensate and getting to landings and takeoffs, right? And then any builds, and then so, okay, any build, okay, and then any builds, A350 hand flying. Yeah, and then any unflyable one. That's here. Let's see here. Flying. What? Sort by date. Wait, what? Anybody, this is getting annoying. I understand that you guys probably want to do. Last year. Topics. A350. Oh, come on. Any builds, you gotta fix your fucking website because. Any builds, you gotta fix your fucking website because it's useless. It's fucking useless. I understand that you guys want bot detection, but it's fucking useless, any builds. It's fucking useless. Is that it? June. They might have unlocked it by now, I don't know. Anyway. Someone posted on it in the forum. And they said it was true real life, and then locked the thread. And everyone like, that's not a very good look. So I went back to my triple sevens. I was actually just exploring my new 777-200 at the time, and immediately fell in love with that thing. Then a few months went by, and I was listening to one of David's streams, and someone said that they had quietly improved it. So I tested it off camera, and I very much agreed. It was significantly better and felt quite useful. So I used it for a bit. Pivoted more towards Phoenix doing that. I also kind of was switching over to Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 at the time, so that had a bit of help to do with it. But anyway, I forever remember this bit of run outside the cave here, kind of hoping that they would do it again. But then something happened back in November. I think I was using it so much back then. Went over to the triple and immediately loved the triple again. I think that happened just back in November when I really stopped using it significantly. And then I began to get other people involved in doing my long hauls, and there were WASM issues. And they more or less. Here, do I have a photo? I can find a screenshot of me having my WASM crash. I know I have one. I know I have one. Let's see here. No, that was in the triple. That was in the triple. Let's see here. That one was in the triple. Why is it? Is this? Oh, that's page 2. That's why. But is that? No, is that it? No, that was not it. No, that rework. No. I think I have. There we go. Have it. I found my wasm. Let's see here. Import pictures, screenshots. Let's see here. And then I'm gonna get other people involved in doing significantly. And then I'm gonna get other people involved in doing my long hauls, and there were WASM issues, and stop using it significantly. And then I'm gonna get other people involved in doing my long hauls, and there were WASM issues, and they more or less blamed Sobo first. I mean, not significantly. I mean, not saying they blamed Sobo entirely, and not to say that there weren't significant WASM issues with Sim, but then they did the thing again of blaming Sobo, and then they. Let's see here. Awesome. What? Oh, let's see here. Let's go back. Let's go back a bit. Hmm. Where is it? Excuse me. That was funny. Let's see here. Okay. This hasn't been 100% confirmed. Yeah, once it's like they kind of blamed Sokka more. Let's see here. All right. Let me. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Once again, any shit, you guys got to do better with your form because this is how people look for things. It's like people move this fast. Um. Uh. All right. Awesome. Yeah, that's the main one. But yeah. Damn, I can't find out, but whatever.
And then they fixed it on their own with the most part. I'm not saying that Stoba didn't help, but they blamed Stoba first at this point. And it's like, yeah, that's not, again, that's not ethical behavior for the company to immediately blame the developers to develop Zero in the Sim. before you put in any massive effort to fix it, right? I mean, going forward, I'm very hopeful that they won't continue with this behavior. At the same time, I thought it was significant enough for me to have to bring it up. I mean, and this behavior inherently can easily turn someone off from purchasing an aircraft like this, and it kind of ruins the whole experience to know that this company that developed this maybe might not be acting with the most ethical intentions or ethical relationships.
All right. Need. All right. This thing's almost done, actually. Outro. Separate audio.
Figure out a way to make the flight. How if you can.
Oh shit. No, I still want that kind of. Just want a bit of a different.
This company that developed this maybe might not be acting with the most ethical intentions or ethical relationships. How if you can ignore that, if you can figure out a way to make the flight directors look good, I mean, I was able to figure out eventually, which why I haven't brought up the flight directors yet in the video. I was able to figure out eventually. Thank you, Grumpy, for helping me out on that front. But if you can look past all that, then it's not bad. It's actually pretty damn good. Any builds I've seen that they are trying to improve it. Cat 3 Autoland, that's certainly an enemy that I see a lot of improvement with. Don't even get me started with the HUD. But overall, it's not bad. Is it gonna live in my fleet full time? Probably not, to be honest, just because I'm more of a 777 guy myself, and I kind of prefer the A340 600. But it's not bad. It's definitely worthy of my time every once in a while. I mean, I'm not gonna fly it often, but it'll be something I fly maybe every once in a while. That's just though. But if you can look past all the if you can look past all the issues with any builds and how long it took to get to this point, then you have a truly amazing product.
All right, now this I want some good music. Let's see here. We're just gonna go ahead and close out a bunch of these tabs, just help clear the memory. I have a step climb in about 20 minutes or so. Let's see here. Anyone online on VATSIM yet? It's only 10 in the morning, so thought someone would be online. All right. But we are officially inside of Canadian air. We're officially over Canada. I'm about to have to use the restroom in a moment again, but whatever. What I need though is I need audio. I need some decent audio. Here, I might have to listen to this audio on my own for a moment. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back in a moment. And I have returned. Alright. Let's go ahead and do a bit of a flight check-in. Alright. Free to check. Fuel, let's take a look. Currently got 28.1 tons of fuel at a fuel temp of minus 3 degrees centigrade. Roughly 14 in each. So that's fine. Radio is fine, no ATC. Oh, we are Squawk 2000 because that's what our Squawk is going to be. Altitude, or sorry. Yeah, and let's check the engines. Oil pressure fine. Oil temp fine. Oil quantity fine. I just want to reboot that real quickly. Sorry, Max. The YouTube chat broke for me, so. Alright. D. Alright. Direction is fine, and then altitude. We're gonna go ahead and make a step climb now up to level 400. Traffic, just speak 22, Bravo, heavy, step climb now, flight level 400, traffic. Alright. Let's see here. So we've done our our free to check. We'll have to do bum flap and all that stuff later. Alright. Not looking too bad. Seeing a bit of a step climb now. Estimating Baltimore at 850 Zulu. I think it's going to be a 1-0 approach. Well, I think this confirms it's going to be Cat 3. Visibility has dropped down to 9 statute miles. Overcast, that's 2,000 feet. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a Cat 3 approach today into Baltimore, unfortunately. 9 statute miles, visibility range, scattered 020. Overcast 110. The wind 040 degrees, 7 knots. That's definitely a 1-0 day, despite it not being used. I think we're gonna plan for the Cat 3 approach into Baltimore. Information Victor current. Expecting ILS approach from 15 left, but the issue is, oh wait. Expect arrival, aircraft expect. Runway 33 right. ILS out of service. Arrival aircraft expect. What? That's weird. Oh, they didn't put 15 left. Not 15 right. Hang on. I'm curious here. 5 left. Yeah, that's not the right runway. 15 right is not the wrong run, or 15. Here, I have the map here. I don't think that's the right runway. That's because it isn't. Departing runway is 15 left. Are they really trying to get 737s out on a 5,000 foot runway? Because that's not a very good idea now, is it? We gotta look at Flight Radar 24. Again with the frames on the whole computer. I can imagine they're probably selling a lot of aircrafts. Yeah, they're using 1.0. That's what I expected. No, yeah, no, they're using one. Yeah, they're using 1.0. That's good. So because 1.0 is the one with the Cat 3. And we are gonna. I think it's gonna be Cat 3. I think it's gonna be very easily Cat 3 conditions for us today. Unfortunately, no manual landing. Oh, what can we expect? How long has this guy been on the ground for? Actual 928. Hang on, is the airport? Wait, what? This guy estimated 1 a.m. That guy's been on the ground for over an hour. Is the airport closed? Well, that guy arrived only a few minutes ago. Disruptions. No? Interesting. Why is this guy diverting? That guy diverted to at Newark. Are they in emergency? Are they in are they in an emergency? Squawk. Here does it say? No. Yeah, this entire area is basically shut off right now. Where's two eventually at? I'm curious. They're probably over in this match. If I had to guess. Unless they got out late again, which... One 5 Bravo. There they are. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Going to the south. Ah, it's a good one. It's a fucking good one. It's a good one. Good morning to whoever's tuning in. It's a good 7-7 too. It's a yeah. All right. Anyway, I need to find some music. Let's see here. All right. Right now, I'll just go ahead and focus on the flight whilst I quietly find some music on my end. All right. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, no. Let's see here. Looking for something classical. Looking for something classical, I think. Oh. Don't know. It's not bad. I think that works. All right, where is it? Or where's the other one? Yeah, I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use that one. This needs to come down here.
But if you can look at that's all the issues with internet builds and how long it took to get to this point, then you have a truly amazing product.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna steal some of this perf stuff. Where's the one from perf? Where's the one from perf? I'll do a bit of a time lapse of the descent on that. I don't need the extra units, so. In the meantime, we can go and take a look out for traffic. Let's see, copy online it? Oh, yes, it is. He's going Heathrow to. I mean, he's got a bit of a long one. Only kind of. Oh, he's departed. Speaking of the devil, he's probably tuned into the stream right now. Just waiting on this to download. Apologies to anyone. I may or may not be missing messages through YouTube chat. I had a slight hiccup with the internet. Quick flicker on and off. But it but I don't know if maybe it did something to the stream in terms of settings and whatnot. It shouldn't have, but it's possible. First time I've had a hiccup with the internet in a while. So anyway, our ETA for Baltimore is in about 2.5 hours. We're gonna finish this up because finishing this guy up will take us not long at all. Yeah, finishing this guy up will take not that long at all. It'll take us maybe another 20 minutes to finish it up, and then probably another 20 minutes or so to export. And then I can actually say I did a video this month. My new goal: once per month videos. You know, I should be doing them once per week. So, all right, let's see here. Found out today at work that we're getting brand new systems. Everything's gonna get ripped out, which is fucking finally. It's only taken 2.5 years of this idiot complaining about our systems being super fucking slow, super fucking useless. So. So we'll go and import the long haul from perf, and we'll add the descent bit into it. Let's see here. Need to import that. There we go. Import from that. I'm just gonna go ahead and slice that there. My landing into Gatwick was horrendous. Don't want to leave it on that one. Oh, damn it. Let's see here. I need this touchdown bit here. That's what I need. Alright, let's see here. Now this, that's what I need to be normal. Alright, I think that's a wrap on this. Alright. So it comes next is a stage of review where I'm going to essentially watch the video a few times and make sure that I have everything in there that I need to have in there. Yeah.
But if you can look past all the, if you can look past all the issues with any builds and how long it took to get to this point, then you have a truly amazing product.
And I know y'all can't hear this. I'm very well aware. And save it for surprise. And save this kind of as a surprise, kinda. If you are watching this, maybe you can figure out how we're gonna do it. Alright. So, alright. So, essentially, what I'm going to do now is essentially what's going to happen is this thing's going to go into stage of review where after the stream, I'm going to go ahead and review it myself without an audience where I can essentially verify that it's all correct and everything, verify it. Right. If there's any bits or bobs that I'll have to put in or somewhere. Right. I'll have to do that. I'll do that then. Right. So there are a few things I need to do. Including adding a few bits of
beginnings. So you go back in history, all the way back to 15 months ago, in February of 2025. You might recall that there was this really weird infant delay. At first, I just found it difficult to hand fly and excused it as out of practice and needing to learn the aircraft a bit better. Then I watched a vid on it and tested it after that video that I watched, and very much agreed that it was a very significant infant delay that was kind of ruining the experience for me and kind of forcing me to have to overcompensate when it came to landings and takeoffs, right? And then any builds, and then someone posted on it in the inputs forum, and they said it was true to real life, and then locked the thread, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's not a very good look." So I went back to my 777s. I was actually just performance. Now it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help. You have that option. If you prefer having a PSD, you also have that option. Now, this brings it to the rough parts about the Innibuilds performance. Now, it is worth noting that they do have a no cabin version, which does help out a little bit, but what I'm about to say still very much applies. If you have a graphics card with 8 gigabytes of VRAM or less, you are going to struggle. I've been there. I used to have a 4016 system. I struggled. Okay. You might struggle a little less at smaller airports, but you are still very much going to struggle. At Heathrow and Gatwick, to be honest, your best option might be an Autoland, just because your odds of getting out smoothly and safely not very high, especially if there's lots of traffic on Batson, for example. Overall, if you have an 8 gigabyte graphics card, you really just cannot stress this enough. It's a waste of your money, because at those bigger airports, you are going to struggle. Speaking of Autoland, it needs some work. It's flaring way too early. Even at my most recent Cat 3 landing at Santiago in Chile, in very much Cat 3 conditions, with very minimal wind, which is a lot of fog, it didn't do very well at all. It was flaring way too early. Just be crystal clear though, the other 95% of it does fine. But in that final 5%, in the flare especially, that's where the improvement, that's where it needs the improvement. Just flaring way too aggressively, way too early on. I mean, at Santiago, last week, I slammed those reversers on at 20 feet, because I noticed it was beginning to flare way too early. And I really did not want to do a perform a go around with those visibility conditions in the heavy mountains. Alright, so just be advised, we're going to go on a bit of a rant now.
Okay, am I happy with the front of this?
The Innibuilds A350. You know, it was supposed to be one of it.
I'll finish this up later. It's basically done now. I just need to go through it, and I'll actually, yeah, there's no point in me finishing this now, but yeah, it's basically done now. It'll be up on the channel by the end of today. Let's just put it that way. All right. Anyway. What the fuck is this thing doing? What the fuck is this thing doing? What the fuck is it doing? Is my question. PNG, fix your aircraft. What the fuck is it doing? All right. If I get punished for stealing that, it's a New Sky issue. Fuel estimating 13-1 at Baltimore. Okay, good. Actually, estimating to get in a little bit earlier. All right. So we are due in Baltimore at 8:48 Zulu. That is in approximately 2 hours. So that seems very much about right. Let's see here. Get updated me chart in about 10 minutes or so. But I'm very much expecting it to be a Cat 3 landing. Unfortunately, I'm expecting it to be a Cat 3. I just don't really see much of a way where it's possible where it's not going to be a Cat 3er. Yeah. I'm sorry, I just don't see how it's not going to be a Cat 3 landing right now. I mean, especially with the rain, it's like the aircraft can see that a lot better, a lot faster than we can. Cat 3 landings are not reserved for low visibility, though the visibility as of last check was decreasing. But Cat 3 landings are not just for Cat 3 auto lands. They're not just for low visibility conditions. There are 4 conditions that maybe the pilot, or maybe the pilot just wants to maybe the pilots want to be able to devote extra human resources towards monitoring the aircraft, monitoring maybe weather, maybe wind shear, for example, right? Or maybe it's just better for the aircraft to land itself. Let the pilots focus on monitoring everything, monitoring weather, monitoring terrain, right? Monitoring winds. Let the aircraft land itself. So I think that's what the fuck is it doing? Again. Is live weather having issues? You guys are seeing that, right? We're on standard pressure, that's the thing. That's the thing, we're on standard pressure, that's the thing. The sim's being very buggy right now. The sim is being very, very buggy right now. Let's see here, any issues with the live weather server? Yeah, let's continue to take a look a bit at it. Maybe I might have to do a bit of a sim restart, but I really don't want to. I really don't want to have to do a sim restart if I can avoid it. Probably just live with it, but I mean, we are going through through Canada, but so we're going through areas where I thought they'd be mapped a bit better with the weather. I think I'm having a live weather issue though. I think though the good thing is that New Sky does account for this, or supposedly does. But this is a there it goes again. There it goes again. Let's see here. Didn't have this issue before though, so I can't help but maybe potentially blame it on PNG. All right, let's see here. Does it rapidly go up, or is it like? My question is, does the aircraft like rapidly go up, or is it just like a pressure issue? Is my question. That's my question. Is it like a pressure issue? Or is it a it's decreasing in intensity, but we'll find out. We'll find out. That's my question. Is it a weather issue or is it an issue thing with something else? We're approaching areas that should be mapped pretty well. Interesting. Never noticed that issue. Never noticed that issue. Essentially, it spikes up to 40, spikes up 1,000 feet, then plummets. I think if I had to guess, it's a pressure issue. I think. Don't really see much of a way where it could be something else. Let's see if I can't watch it happen. All right. Let's see here. Estimate recommended now level 400. Yeah, 13.2 for fuel. That's looking a little bit better in case we have to divert, which is a very real possibility. Yeah, it's a very possibility of diversion for today's a very real possibility. Rumpy is on its way to back. Iceland. Okay. We're on our way down. We're on our way down through decent land, through the USA. USA. No, I shouldn't do that. That's evil. All right. I think it has fixed this issue though. All right. So you'll be entering into U.S. airspace in not long. Won't be long at all until we enter into U.S. airspace. I think now might be a good time for a sandwich, maybe? I don't know. No, think about it. I'm a tad bit peckish, not super peckish though. I'm not stupidly peckish right now, so. I think now's a good time to go ahead and work on some Air Baltimore stuff here. Let's see here. I'm just gonna go ahead and clear out my entire browser folder. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So just to be crystal clear, tonight's flight's gonna be Baltimore Heathrow. I think probably gonna be a little later than today. It'll probably be 11. It'll probably be about 10:30 departure. Probably about 10. Start about 10 p.m. start time. All right. Let's see here. All right. Oh, come on, plane. Yeah, that's right. Could use a tad more brightness. Come on, aircraft. Okay, what's the issue? Probably just my insane Chrome usage. I'm gonna actually close Novgraph. I gotta be honest, on Windows PCs, Novgraph does not run that smoothly. Don't know what Apple's doing in order to get Novgraph to run really well on here, but they're doing something. They're certainly doing something, I think. Oh, we got a minute before we're in U.S. airspace. I mean, yeah, we got a minute. Let's see here. Updated METAR. Find out what it is now. See what it's loading. Yeah. Oh yeah, that I'm calling it now. It's a Cat 3er. Visibility's down to 5 statute miles. It's rain, broken, or scat. Yeah, I'm calling it now. It'll be Cat 3 approach. 020 degrees, 7 knots. Could be 33 left. Actually, 020. It could be either. It could be 33 left. It could be runway 10 for arrival. It's 020. No, that's 33 left, I think. Let's see how it is when we get there. Or at our top descent. But I'm inclined to say it's gonna be 33 left right now, actually. Because 020 degrees on 330 degrees. Looking at my thing, which forever. So often. Again with the altitude. Again with the altitude. Is there an issue with the live weather server? I think I might be having issues with the live weather server again. Shit. Shit. I'm gonna stall it here now. Okay. Where is it? Turning live weather off. Quickly disconnect from FATSIM. Turning it off. Because we're gonna have some issues. Disconnect from FATSIM real quickly. Yeah, I'm having some live weather issues. Okay, look here. That'll be annoying if the live weather server's down. It is. Hint, hint, it is. Let's see here. Oh, people are beginning to have live weather issues. Shit. Shit. Oh, great. This is annoying. Damn it, Microslop. Damn it. Okay, what is this? Let's make it completely clear, please. Shit. Oh, great. Oh, now they're investigating it. Now they're investigating a live weather issue. Yep. Oh, this is brutal. That's brutal. I wanted to involve that wind with that fun stuff that's happening right now. Now it's going to take us an extra few minutes to get there. Yeah. I hope that it's not kicking. I hope it's not. I hope that your server's not fucking with that. Let me just go ahead and reconnect to VATSIM real quickly. Yeah, having live weather issues right now. And it's confirmed there's an issue with the server right now. Because fuck a Sobo with the live weather right now. It's the whole thing is down right now. From my understanding. And they won't update the website, but remember when Clark was coming behind me in his Dreamliner, and he was, oh, that was funny. Microsoft. I'm about an hour and a half off today, and yeah, remember when Clark came past me? He's like beep beep. Like it was like 2,000 feet below me. Like, God, and yeah. Yeah, it's just very, very annoying because I know that this is not real weather right now. Just cruising along. We'll get there eventually, but fucking hell, live weather. Fucking hell. I don't like. Guys, get your shit together. Get a stable product, please. Get a stable product that's up 100% of the time. And I know that things happen. Don't get me wrong. I understand that shit happens, but a lot of shit's been happening to Microsoft in the past few years. It's like, guys, get your fucking shit together, please. You're ruining your products, and sometimes your products are the best out there, but you're ruining them. It's like, please get your fucking shit together, please, Microsoft, please. You guys need a new CEO, I think. Might wallopy. See if I chatting with a guy. On Baltimore currently. Yeah. Let me just send a grumpy message saying, just be advised, watch aircraft. Yeah, there's some form of issues. Oh. All right. Good morning, Tiff. To whoever's tuning in. There is currently an issue with the live weather, so we're gonna get in a little sooner than initially expected. I'm hoping to have some of this lovely weather that's happening right now at Baltimore, but I don't think we're gonna get it because of the server issues. Let's see here. I'm curious with this. Doesn't help me out now. Yeah, live weather's down right now. It's a widespread issue, as it is appearing to be. See if that simulator's saying anything about it. You know. Here. I have a question for supervisor. I'm gonna ask. Yeah, it's. See here, what's Emmerich saying? Do they have a Q&A chat? What's their Q&A right now? All right. You're gonna end quite fast, I think. check the supervisor here. All right. Yeah, supervisor just gave me clearance to continue with out live with her. So, figure it. Yeah. So I figure. Let me just ask the supervisor about it. Make sure he's aware. Um. Yeah, I've gotten my clearance to continue forward without live with her, which is the important thing. So. That's the important thing. So what is active sky, which is what Gnome's recommended? Might have to give that a go in a moment. Let me just go ahead and yeah. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the descent anymore. Alright, I'm gonna make myself a sandwich and going to reduce now to speed decimal 8.2. So I can get this, so maybe I can buy a little extra time for a controller. Wind, because we're doing a 0 wind now. Wind request. See if I can't get updated winds from the sim with 0 wind. Let me see if I can't get updated wind from the sim real quickly. See if I can't get a bit more of an accurate ETA. Gonna load those updated winds in place. Yeah, Let's drop the speed to Mach 8.1 for now. Maintain this. Alright, I am getting quite peckish, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab a sandwich now. So I'm just being way too peckish to continue. I have informed Grumpy that there is a pretty widespread issue with live weather right now. So yeah. And the good news is that New Sky counts this. The bad news is that it's annoying. It's annoying for me because they're expecting a pretty awful descent in not long as well. And I keep an eye out on the microslop flight sim page. Yeah. Where is my... Right here. Be right back. I'm gonna wash this off real quick. Dinner time for me, everybody. I'm back and land it in a bit. Yeah, we're getting close. Sunny mayo. peckish. Have a rotte cheese. From Lidl. Try this. Let's get this go. Must pay the dog the cheese tax. Good morning to whoever's tuning in. We are not that far from top of the sun, actually. And why are those things so hard to open? You know, it should not be this clear. It should not be this clear, but that's what's happening with live weather broken right now. Morning, Grumpy. Grumpy, make sure you're watching aircraft because right now live weather's broken. Actually, I was just talking to a supervisor about it, asking because you know with VATSIM you're technically supposed to have live weather, so I got my clearance to continue on VATSIM with live weather broken. So. Turn off live weather. Turn off live weather. Because my aircraft's doing something similar. It's... Yeah, just looking on right now on, yeah, just looking at, the, MSFS Discord, and, it's broken. Very broken right now. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, there's the, there's my clearance. hoping that maybe the live weather will come back on here soon, but I mean, top descent's not that far out. I doubt it'll come on before we have to land. Speaking of, not this really matters anyway at this point. What's the updated meet chart for Baltimore? Yeah, very much Cat 3, take 3 left. Gonna reposition this right here. Right. I'll certainly 3 left. Trish 4 from Nookie. Execute that. Top descent now. About 30 minutes. You're getting hammered by storms the past few days. So yeah. Morning, Ben. I promised you, this weather's a lot worse than it's appearing right now. The live weather's broken. Of course. A350 review is basically done now. So you know, after the stream, I'll go ahead and look over it one final time. And it's going slowly. I still need to figure out a few things. So that's what turning off live weather does. It takes away the weather variable. So your pressure gas going to be standard pressure. Your wind is going to go down to 0. It's not even going to get to what it usually is. It'll just go down to 0. Right, so we're cruising right now at 0 speed, for example. That's what live weather's going to do. And having turn off, set everything, take weather out of the equation. So apparently, some people have used Active Sky. I might have to give that a go. It's paid though. And it's a fair amount of money. It's $30, but this is not the first time I've had live weather issues with Microswap. I mean, my aircraft was going up and down by about 2,000 feet, and I was like wondering, like, what is this? And then I noticed that its speed plummeted through the absolute floor, went down to Mach 0.72, and I noticed that same behavior. I don't know if you guys remember when the Clark overtaking incident. There's the same exact issue where the aircraft wasn't demanding the power needed. It's weird. I think that's how I know. Something's going on here with the server. Let's see here. Yep, that's nearly what happened to me. I mean, I was going. My altitude was fluctuating up and down, like 3,000 feet in a second. Kind of wondering if Newscast's gonna bash me for it. They better not. It's not my fault. It's a live weather issue, so Newscat better not fucking bash me for it. Not anything I can do. Um, yeah. Well, that's what happens when live weather goes down. It's catastrophic. And they still haven't updated the Discord. Still only saying they're having issues, and then it's still you go into this. It's oh, this is just funny. Everyone knows there's an issue at this point. Everyone. Now, I am curious to see, is there a bigger issue going on? No. Alright. But we're going to be descending here soon. Updated meter yet? Even if we don't use it. Just curious on how bad it technically is. Updated as of an hour ago. I'm curious to see how bad it is. Right now, getting absolutely hammered by storms. Well, not hammered by storms, but we are getting some very Cat 3-ish conditions. So I was looking forward to it, doing a Cat 3 approach into Baltimore for once. This might be a bad idea. See if there's any difference. Nope. 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 No difference. No difference. So still down. Damn, that sucks for our descent. Better luck tonight into Heathrow. Nope, nothing yet in terms of meter. Should get it in the next few seconds. Find out if it's going to be 3-3 left or if it's going to be something else. For those curious, the A350 review will be certainly out by the end of today. It's basically done. Just gotta go through one last view over it. Make sure everything's in there that it needs to be in there. Make sure there's no typos or anything. Make sure there's comments where I need to put the comments. Make sure there's no insane audio issues. We'll do that after we land, but then it should be up probably by about 7. It's probably up by about noon, London time. You want to watch it to the end because I think there's a bit of a treat. Bit of a treat at the end for it. We are about to begin descent in about 100 miles or so. Probably get a good view of Canada. Maybe. We're taking a bit of a weird path today. We're coming in straight through the north. Alright, that's the meter. Visibility is a bit better. Rain, 040 degrees, 10 knots. View 13, broken 21, overcast 27, 3024. Not that we're going to use any of that data anyway. We're going to have a complete normal approach today. in case of diversion for today, diversion airport is Kennedy. It might be fixed. We'll find out in a moment. I'll find out in a moment if it's fixed. Don't be any success on your end. Let's see here. Alright, let's see here. We are about to begin our descent. Let's see here. Yeah, it happened to me. That happened to me. So, it's annoying. Apparently someone tried mashing it, or mashing the toggle on and off a bunch of times, and apparently it fixed it. But I'm just gonna do this descent without live weather and accept that it'll be a sucky approach. They're fixing it, but Gnome's recommended that I use Active Sky because it's not the first time I've had live weather issues in the past. The this toggle. But I doubt that that'll work at this point. I mean, if everyone else is having issues. I mean, see if that fixes anything. Nope. Wait, what? This one time, if this flight turns into an absolute loss, I don't care. Whatever. You know what? Yo, let's leave it alone. Cause an engine issue. Yeah, you just have to go without it. Probably wipe out any wind things that you have in. Just purge all of it. Probably the best option. Purge all of it, and then hopefully it'll resort to standard. I don't know. Bloody Microsoft can't even keep a. They can't even keep a weather server up and running full time. And I understand that things happen, but still, Microsoft, you got a bit of a history of this, especially at this time of the morning as well. So. And then also freaking update your page that says live weather, saying MSFS 2024 operational. It's not operational. Everyone's having issues. They're saying for 2020 they're investigating. It's like, yeah, you guys better be investigating. Everyone's having issues. Everyone across the bloody planet. Anyway, because this is gonna be an arrival, unfortunately. Take 3-3 left. It's 0-4-0. 3-3 left for 1-0. What's real life using? Real life is using 1-0. 3-3 left isn't. Yeah, I'm gonna take 1-0 instead. Alright, let's turn a 1-0. In descent in about 5 minutes or so. Ouch. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, wait, something's back. Something's back. Should I dare? Should I dare? I have 40 miles to recover if needed. It might be back now. It might be. It appears to be back. Yeah, I know. Quickly disconnect from VATS before we get banned. Yep, very, very well aware. Airspeed slow. I think it's back. My concern is I'm gonna begin descent. Oh, at this point in time, I have begun descent. My concern is, okay, I have descent in a moment. Is it gonna go off, and is it gonna break the aircraft during descent, causing me to crash? Go Mach 0.82 for right now, please. Actually, pull that speed all the way back. Screw it. Mach 0.80. And what's this discontinuity that I got? Good. Good. Just a stupid discontinuity because Microsoft, because Simbrief doesn't want to give me a correct route. Yeah, mine's like 20 miles away as well, so there we go. There we go. It's getting better. It's getting there. That seems about accurate compared to what we're getting right now. Alright. Go ahead and reconnect to VATSIM. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy, descending now, descending back down to flight level 400 now. Sorry, we had some live weather issues. Gonna begin for the descent in a few moments. We will advise for their intentions. Chesapeake 22 Bravo. So Grumpy, remember that flight from Perth to, or from Singapore to Perth that we did? That a clip of that made it into the A350 review in a very good way. In a very good way. So. It's all the way at the very end. It's a very good way. Or it made it in. So that made it in as well. That made it in for kind of the wrong reason, but it made it in. The Gatwick incident made it in because for part of it, I'm going on about how no one can, if you don't have an 8 GB graphics card, or if you have one or less, it's just not usable. But then the good parts per flight, actually, even from a development standpoint, it's actually a lot better than a lot of other aircrafts, including the PMG. Because as I've been slowly working on a bunch of liveries, finding out that their A350 paint kit, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. So. Right, I didn't say it needed massive improvement, I said it needed improvement. I am specifically saying it. That it does 95% of the approach really, really well. Just the final 5%, that's where the issue is. Alright, anyway, descend now. I should know this by heart. I really should. 12,000 of Ultra Troys. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy, descending now. Flight level, sorry, altitude 12,000 feet. Level Troys. Trish 4 arrival, Nookie transition expecting. ILS approach into runway 10. Baltimore traffic. All perfectly on the perfect, absolutely beautiful. All right, oh, at least we got our live weather back. So. to be honest, I've never had an issue with Cat 3 in Phoenix. So, but this is more focused on the A350. So, I'll have to take a look at it one more final time before I go and export it out of Filmora. There might be a few things I add to it. Live weather still being glitchy, I think. You guys saw that, right? Yeah, there might be a few things that I have to go back and add to it. I might, to be honest, there's one part of it that I'm not thrilled about. I think I need to ouch. Ouch, that's brutal. Yeah, Phoenix needs to fix their issues. Kind of miss the Phoenix, but they gotta fix their issues. And I love Phoenix dearly, but they gotta begin to take a bit more of an open stance on public relations, because this scheme of not communicating very well with the public and just letting them cook, it's like, at least tell us you guys are aware of these issues, please. At least just tell us that. No, that makes sense. But they're not WASM based though. That's the thing. They're based to something else. Where so when Asobu fixed the WASM issues with SE5, or fixed most of them, pressure's still being weird. The pressure's still being weird. Wait, I have tempted to switch this back over to off. Speed now 320. Well, they updated it to say they're aware. Part of me wants to... Yeah, part of me wants to see how this is going to go. Another part of me kind of doesn't want to do this. It kind of just wants me to switch it over to whatever it was, to switch it up back off and live with it. But getting some decent weather that I'd like to be able to fly in, but if it's not going to be simulated correctly, ouch. My concern is New Sky, but at this point in time, if we need to have David delete the flights or tell New Sky to fix or to ignore this, then it's not anyone's fault at this point in time. That's what we're getting. That's what we're getting. Well, we're getting a bit of rain, so. Hopefully, New Sky's getting like 2 points down, like actual. Hopefully, it's reading both the pressure and seeing the pressure's all over the place and then realizing that there's some issue. I might try Active Sky. So. Looks a tad darker, but to be honest, it's about the same. To be honest, about the same. looks a tad darker, but still beyond usable. So, I mean, haven't touched the screens once the entire flight. That's also because I think this thing has auto brightness of the screens. Wait off a moment. All right, Grumpy, from this angle, seriously, opinions on the tail, because it's growing on me. I don't think it's perfect, but it's very much growing on me, especially in the dark. I haven't worked on it at all. This is what it was the other day. I'll have to see what it looks like on the ground. But I don't. In the dark, it looks not bad. Um, yeah, I agree that that's the thing. It's off. Yeah, I gotta do some weird flag thing or something, or perhaps just a very simple A B to kind of match in with the modern style of the livery. That might work. Just a very basic A B kind of with the A leaning on the B. If you know what I mean. With maybe a wave or something below. That might work. So I'll have to experiment around with it. The thing is that I have some long hauls I gotta take care of. But I can't do livery work at the same time of running the sim. Oh, actually I could. Just had an idea. X-Plane. Because I have the 772 in X-Plane. I could use that. It's been a while though. Help me knock out these liveries. Oh dear. Yeah, part of me wants to turn it off, but at the same time, I really, really want this weather. Hang on. At least they're showing it correctly. Showing the issues correctly, you know? Did my pressure just go haywire? Oh, no, that was me forgetting altimeter. Altimeter 3024. Not that's gonna make a difference today. And it will. And we are going. I'm gonna do a Cat 3 approach into this, I think. And if I need to take it over by hand, I will. But just because of the rain, because the variable winds. Well, the winds aren't variable, but just because of the rain. Just because there could be a slight layer of. There could be a slight layer of fog because we've been getting rain for like past 2-3 days straight now. Not that much wind. Slowly being introduced to 250. Yep. Yep. At least they're actually saying it. At least they're admitting there's an issue now. At least they're admitting it. They're admitting it now, so they weren't earlier, but they're admitting it now. ET8 847. That not 20 minutes. I haven't used that much. I mean, I like this little screen here, but I haven't actually used it that much for having displays. Because it's the same size as the monitor now, it doesn't really make that much sense. But what it is useful for? A V-Pilot. It's very useful to have V-Pilot there and just be able to look down and be like, okay, here's the frequency. Instead of having to have it like halfway across OBS, it's very nice to have OBS set on it. Or sorry, V-Pilot set on it. And to an extent, even Novigraph, but the thing is that Novigraph needs to be a bit bigger to reasonably use. Alright, I don't know how well y'all can see this, but we're essentially going to go from Noogie kind of west, or yeah, kind of westbound. Then we're going to join up on the ILS for runway 10. Don't know how well y'all can see that. I need to get my capture device back. I need to reinstall it. I have a little HDMI capture device, which will allow me to show you up on this screen there. So. Actually, I'm considering moving this over here. Just because there's nothing over here. There's like dead space. And I'd like to have y'all be able to see the stick just fine. Don't know, I haven't decided yet. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo. Further descent now down to altitude 9,000 feet, level 3. Once again, expecting ILS approach into runway 10, most likely Cap 3. Baltimore traffic. Sending out 9,000. It did make it into the A350 video. A really good VNAV integration. Or a really good VNAV system. That did. Having good VNAV system and actually having one of the more useful EFBs out there. Those both made it in. The only thing I ask for anybody else to do is, please, I want to see the margins on takeoff. I know it's the smallest thing in the world, but I want to be able to see the margins in that takeoff page. I want to be able to see, am I expected to take off with 3,000 feet remaining or 200 feet remaining? I mean, it's my insanity, please. But outside that OIS EFB thing, that's amazing. And that GSX integration is a pretty thorough GSX integration as well. At least it was. Haven't tested it since. I did finally update GSX. I haven't tested it with the I haven't tested the A350 with the GSX update. Updated GSX right before the stream. I think the new menu's fine. I mean, there's adjustments that could be made, but I think it's not bad. descent down down to 5,000. We got a moment. That's a yard below 10,000. Check landing rates. Take those. This live weather appears to be pretty stable now. Knock on wood. Been a minute since we last had an issue. Though I'm going to say that now. Now I'm going to have an issue. Trish are below 9,000. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, descent now down to altitude 7,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Any speed restrictions at Trish? No. Okay, perfect. Services going back to normal. Live weather appears to be fixed. Yay! Services going back to normal. A fix has been provided. The online feature is going back to normal for everyone. Yay! Confirmed fix. Alright, to 19.4 in the standby. I'm going to show you how a Cat 3 approach is meant to be done in triple. Two and 0 to 3 is sorry, 210 at yep. Our next descent is down to an altitude of 5,000 feet. I still have a minute, so. Right. I still got like 5 minutes before I'm gonna be there. At least, actually more like 10. Anyway, happy landings. What is Cat effect looking like? Oh, look at it. What's the XAO again? Yeah. No, that's not bad. That's not bad. Sort of been through worse. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo descent, now altitude 5,000 feet. Reducing now speed to 10 knots. Baltimore traffic. Speed rate full. So I'm gonna slow this bird down. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing. I'm gonna go flaps Shit, I have to go flaps 3 for this one. Doing a cat 3 today. So, do you think that might be? But I think that's the right choice in these conditions. Get this up. Especially with these really thick clouds and the potential for some slight fog on the ground. What am I intercepting it at? 2,500 level Fs. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, descending now altitude 4,000 feet, reducing now speed 200 knots. Baltimore traffic. What am I estimating in terms of fuel? 13.9, good. That's a good extra amount that I'm happy with. Go auto brake 3 for this one. Because we need it. There we go. Auto brake 3 on this one. And then that will allow us to, that'll give us a little extra braking action. In case we end up hydroplaning or something. Do a bump flitch check once we are on final. Bump flitch is brake, undercarriage mixture, magnetos, fuel, landing lights, instruments, carb heat, hatches, harnesses. More meant for honey aircrafts, but still necessary to go through. Still very necessary. Look, we're about to pass over my house. Ooh, Speedbird 2 Lemon Joyettes on the ground. Wait, what? So 19. How much? Where's this guy up on Batson? Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, entering downwind now, runway 10. Baltimore traffic. Flaps 1 now. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, descending altitude 3,000 feet. Baltimore. Yeah, going Cat 3 here, I think, is the best move to make. The Midget will most likely depart prior to our arrival. Using a 777-300. Yeah, a 777-2. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, turning base now. Run for runway 10. Got about 15 miles to run, reducing now speed 180 knots, maintain till fully established. Switching to the CTAF frequency now, 119.400, Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, turning base now runway 10. About 15 miles to run. Baltimore traffic. Speed, maintain speed 180 knots. Maintain until, maintain until 10 mile final. Baltimore. Continue that churn. Cleared ILS approach. Go flaps 1. Yep, very much looking Cat 3 to me. If you have to ask me, it's a Cat 3er, if I've ever seen one. QNH 13024. Lights are on, good. Cleared approach. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy, turning final now, runway 10, Baltimore. Julian Magellans lining up now. Can't see a damn thing. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, final now, runway, sorry, low class established now, ILS approach runway 10. We got roughly 12 miles to run, Baltimore. Getting the glide slope. Speed now 160 knots, maintain until 4 DME. We actually have DME at this airport. Lights on, good. Auto brake set, checked. Parking brake off, good. Take the next digit flaps 20. Beginning to see the airport. Still Cat 3, just so I can monitor the aircraft. Gear down at, actually, gear down now. Give us a slight bit of drag needed. And you see the departing 777. Negative. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, 7.5 mile final now, runway 10. Speed 160 knots, maintaining to 4 DME. Baltimore traffic. Alright, gears down. We'll go and go flaps full in a moment. Arm the ground spoilers. Flaps full. Cat 3. Final approach speed 136 knots. Or sorry, 135 knots. begin to pull it back. In case you go around its runway headings, that is 105. Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, heavy, 5 miles to run, runway 10, Baltimore. Final approach speed. Final call, Baltimore traffic, Chesapeake 22 Bravo, landing now, runway 10, final call, Baltimore traffic. Right, Grumpy, if you're not landed, or if you have landed, this is what the triple does. It's the way that triple does it. Does it perfectly. Unless they've changed it, in which I'm gonna be pissed.
1000.
Check. Stable. Alright. Brakes set. Undercarriage down. Lights on. Speed fine. Ground spoilers armed. Landing checklist complete. Yep, this is auto land. Because even though the sim's not doing a very good job with the rain. Oh, good. Good. Perfectly on the pappies.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Yep, well, I didn't do this one. Can't take credit for it. I will say, maybe it was a 10. Well, maybe it was a tad late. I don't know. 777 rules the world. What do I have to say? My controls. It's not stop on the runway, you bigot. Slaps away. Ground spoilers away. Baltimore traffic. Chesapeake 22 Bravo now clear of runway 10. Taxing parking stand Echo 3 Baltimore. Now that's why when the it's not the only aircraft. Yeah, there might be a further issue with the sim. The Innies, I still hold my position that the Innies still flares way too early. We'll see what News Guy says, but I still have that position that the Innie still flares way too early. The Innie will literally float. That's my issue. Sorry, not taking that bit out of the video. What was the call out again? Or what was the readout? I wasn't paying attention. Find out once we get to the gate. If News Guy hasn't voided the flight due to live weather issues. Right. Get the APU on. Landing lights off. Keep turn off lights on. Alright. See you, Grumpy. Thanks for tuning in. The video will be my A350 review will be up probably by about 7 my time, so in about 2 hours. Probably be up in like an hour actually. So just gonna finish it up right now and release it. Probably just gonna finish it up like the next after I park at this aircraft, after I end the stream, and go and watch it once or twice, add anything that I need to add to it, fix anything I need to fix in it. Then send it out because it's basically done. I actually made a video for once, or almost done. I'm almost done with the video. Not quite done, but almost. Flight directors off, approach off, auto throttle off. All right, let's see here. No, GSX forgot to get you. Okay, that I'm not. I go 3. No. I'm sure it is. Because this route is operated on the behalf of both British Airways and Aeronaut. Unofficially operated. That is. Alright. Echo 3, there's Echo 5. There we go. There we go. And we get kind of curious to see if New Skies footed the flight over the live weather issues. Not my fault. Sim's fault. Oh, I can already tell I parked a bit askew. Turning engines to cut off. Turn off lights off. Taxi lights off. Yep, knew it. Beacons off. Okay, what was that landing like? It gave me a 10. Good. $145 ft/min. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfectly on centerline as well. 153 grand for the virtual airline. Now let me go ahead and deal with ABL real quickly. All right. Strobe is off. There we go. Has GSX already begin connecting up to the aircraft? GSX, you can. All right. Well, that was a bit of an interesting stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It is currently 5 a.m. in the morning. I'm gonna get this AnyBuilds review out. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. Once again, yes, please. Take ground power. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. And I'll see you all in the next one. I needed to get out this video. See you all tonight / tomorrow in a Baltimore Heathrow. We're going to do the reverse flight. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. I'll see you all in the next one. So long.